5th of July. I mean, quite a bit has been happening in the international world. Quite a lot has been happening, as you know, is hunting season now in Dominica. When I say hunting season, I'm talking about politics, especially as it relates to Roseau North. So quite a bit of action been taking place. I've been seeing quite a number of persons walking the streets of Roseau North. I've been seeing those in blue. I've been seeing independent candidate walking. I've been seeing those in yellow walking. I've seen those in red walking. So the action sport is in Roseau North. Very interesting that I'm seeing all this hype and activity up there.
No, I'm Hartly. I wouldn't say very interesting. Knowing that a by-election is due anytime. As you know, the Constitution makes provision for 90 days on the 12th of June. Thereabout, we heard of the resignation of the parliamentary representative, the Honorable Miriam Blanchard, resignation. The preparation of a by-election is on its way. So I wouldn't think it's so much in terms of excitement. We have had several by-elections. We've seen in Granby, we've seen in most recent in Soufriere, and you would have seen that same kind of excitement in those constituencies.
Well, I wasn't there to see it, but I can say for sure that Roseau North, I've seen it. I've lived there for quite a while, but you can feel the temperature rising in Roseau North, because at least it is not what it is called normal times.
I like that. Why would you say it's not normal times?
Well, because during the general election, yes, there's hype activity, but when you see it's now the by-election, all eyes focus on Roseau North now. So it's very interesting. I go to Funkley, Tarish Peaty, Ampis Gorta. I'm seeing the activity. I'm seeing, movements in the evening. I'm seeing movements in early morning. I'm seeing people just walking around. So you can see them going house to house. So things are happening.
And so I don't think that you are surprised that any of the political parties would be engaged in their house-to-house process to ensure that they get the necessary support that is required for their political parties.
Yeah. So I'm seeing that. I'm seeing action in the offices, down below and up and top. I have not seen, I don't know whether Mr. Lugue is running his campaign from his home. I haven't seen him with his office. I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Francis with an office. So I wait to see. Has the date been announced?
No date has been announced from where I'm sitting. Again, to the Honorable Prime Minister, as it's stated in the Constitution, has the power to determine when will be that period that the election will be called. As we know, that the Constitution makes provision for 90 days. So the Prime Minister has up to 90 days. He cannot go 91 days. But he can go from day one that the resignation was given to 90 days. And so he hasn't given us or hasn't given the people of the Roseau North constituency the date of that by-election. I want us to know it's not a general election, it's a by-election. Now, I want to ask a question. We know that in 2022 that the election was called early in 2022, and when it was called, we saw that the United Workers' Party did not partake, and they said that they did not partake because of the cleansing of the electoral list. Today, we have a by-election in the constituency, and the list still hasn't been cleansed, in the sense that we have known of the process of confirmation ongoing. And I wonder, what do you make of the present situation the by-election and political parties who did not partake in the last election in 2022 partaking today?
Well, let me infer, let me come to a sort of conclusion, or I wouldn't even say conclusion, my thinking, and that's my thinking, is that if you are confident that you will have a victory in a particular area, whether it's old or new, you go for it. If you're confident that whether it's old lease or new lease, and you're very confident and you're the prize fighter, man, bring it on. Whether it's old lease or new lease, you're ready. That's how I see it, because you cannot be saying one thing and doing another thing. So it's quite clear that the gentleman in question feels that he's confident that he can do what he's supposed to do.
Well,
whether it's old or new lease, that's
okay.
my thinking.
Well, how many candidates thus far you have been hearing interested in running the constituency?
Well, I know there's an independent candidate by the name of Mr. Boston. I'm seeing him right here, his beautiful picture. Sherman Boston, that's his name. Another individual has stepped forward to contest the Roseau North by-election following the resignation of Parliamentary Representative Miriam Blanchard on medical grounds, further shaping what is expected to be a closely watched electoral contest in one of Dominica's key constituencies. Sherman Boston has officially announced his candidacy, declaring his intention to run in the upcoming by-election and positioning himself as an independent voice rooted in community service and accountability. So that is one I know has already indicated that he's running too. I haven't heard the Yellow Party, Joshua Francis, and we don't know whether he has a candidate. I haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I know that Joshua Francis, the UPP party, the United Progressive Party, has slated a candidate for not for the by-election. They have not given any statements reference the by-election whether they are running. I think he stated that he will give the answer based on what the Prime Minister has decided. They will decide whether or not they are running. I know that the United Workers' Party a couple of weeks ago did make mention that Danny Lugie will be their representative running for the United Workers' Party, as we know that he ran on three other periods. He ran in 2009 when he lost against Julius Timothy. He ran in 2014. He won Julius Timothy, and 2019 he ran again and won Julius Timothy. In 2022 he didn't partake. So that's what I know. And now we have for the Dominican Labour Party in the person of Ashma McDougall representing the Dominican Labour Party as their candidate.
Right. So we wait to hear whether we'll hear a fourth candidate. But as far as I know, we now have three candidates who are interested in running in the Roseau North constituency. And they're running the election on the old list.
We know of political parties, we know of independent candidates who ran before and won. We know of Jenna Armour, where he ran in 1985 in the Paybush constituency. We know of this guy Conrad Cyrus in the Mont Jean Grand Forêt constituency, ran as an independent candidate and won. We know in the year 2019, I think it was, or 2014, for Collio, Mr. Toulon, Ronald Toulon ran as an independent candidate and won. I'm not so sure what is the same situation in terms of the independent candidates of then and now, knowing that this constituency is even a larger constituency. What do you make of it?
Well, no independent candidate will win in Roseau North. No independent candidate will win in Roseau North. So that's a given. So
how do you determine that?
Oh no, Roseau North always go for parties.
Okay.
It's either the Labour Party, it was either the Freedom Party, it's either the UWP. So they go for parties, they don't go for individuals. Because the last time an independent candidate ran in the Roseau North constituency, that person got less than 100 votes.
And
if
we
you
know
look at
that,
the record.
and we know that in 2022, also that Sherman Boston ran.
How many votes did he get?
And I can't remember the numbers.
He get less than 100.
But I know that he lost his deposit.
He lost his deposit
in the last general election.
So he's just going. That's another deposit that will be lost.
Well, I'm not prepared to make any presumption on the election. I think we'll let the election process go forward, and Sherman Boston will clear his ideas and put himself forward to the people of the Roseau North constituency.
Right. Well, you can that is your prerogative, but I also have my prerogative. I'm saying categorically that the contest will be between two, Miss McDougall and my other colleague, Danny Luge.
No, the constituency has some 7 districts. NO1, NO2, NO3, NO4, NO5, and NO6, to include also NO7. Mm-hmm. And we know, as you rightly said, that in the past, all 3 parties, major parties, have won.
Yeah.
We can go back as 1975. The Labour Party won with Patrick John as the representative for the constituency. In 1980, the Freedom Party won with, is it Alan Guy?
Alan Guy, yeah.
Winning in 1980, and also in 1985, Alan Guy won the constituency. In 1990, who was the in 1990, Alan Guy. So I think Alan Guy would have won 3 consecutive elections from 1980. Then in 1995, you had Julius Timothy winning for the first time, because in 1990, Mr. Bernie Didier ran the seat for the United Workers' Party and lost. And you saw...
No, it was Garnet Didier.
Garnet Didier. Bernie was the wife, sorry.
Garnet Didier.
Garnet Didier, thank you very much. So Garnet Didier would have ran in the Roseau North for the United Workers' Party and lost. And in 1995, for the very first time, you had Julius Timothy. He ran and won. In 2000, he won. In 2005, he won under the United Workers' Party. He crossed the floor and won for the Dominican Labour Party in 2009. And then in 2014, Danny Luge won the seat for the United Workers' Party. In 2019, again, Danny Luge won the seat for the United Workers' Party. And in 2022, Miriam Blanchard won the seat for the Labour Party. So you are correct when you said that no independent candidate has ever won, going back way back as 1975.
Yes, as soon as the constituency was established, the Roseau North, no independent candidate has won.
Or we can say from 1970, when they declared from 11 seats to 21 seats.
21 seats, yes.
No independent candidate has been able to win
the Roseau
North constituency. History is a strange thing.
And none has received more than 100 votes. All independent candidates that ran in Roseau North have lost their deposit.
Okay.
So the people in the Roseau North go for major parties. Mm-hmm. They don't waste their votes on independent candidates.
Well, the public, when I say the public, the nation is still awaiting the date of the by-election in the Roseau North constituency. As you said, you have seen some machinery on the ground by the leading political parties. We have seen public meetings. We have seen house to house. We have seen a number of things doing.
Yeah,
by the major things happening by the major parties
Yeah.
to secure the constituency for the political
Well,
side.
I can say that on Saturday, when I walked through the market early morning, I saw a gentleman running his campaign. And when I passed in the market, I saw a lady running her campaign too. So the market was heightened activity this Saturday that passed. Yesterday, there was action in the market on Saturday morning. And so I said, wait, Papa, things are warming up.
Well, you have to understand the marketplaces where you hear talk. The marketplaces where sometimes it can help you to evaluate where you stand. The marketplace can also determine how you go about your campaigning, because you have all sorts of people in the marketplace. So you will have people from the Rosa North constituency, you have people from the Rosa South constituency, you have people from other parts of Dominica in the market, and they too will meet the various candidates and would give them their sheer ideas or their views as to how they would see the campaign. And so the marketplace is a very good place for any political party or anyone who wishes to run a general election, especially around the three Rosos, the Rosa North, the Rosa South, and the Rosa North.
Right.
So the by-election is in the Rosa North, so it is a very good calculation.
Let me tell you another place I see them. All elections I see them happening in the Rosa North. I see them by the bay.
Yes.
They go by the fishermen. I saw them in the bars. I see them on the sand walking, and so I say things really, really hot. I saw them there. Yeah, they're by the bay.
You see
down in Pottersville Bay.
The importance of any election is to muster votes, and to muster votes, you have to speak with people. You have to speak about your ideology, your programs. Many times, what you find is people will listen. Some people would have already made their decision because they decide already a political party. Some other people who are on the fence, just waiting for conversation. And when I speak about conversation, to have the both sides of the fence speaking, because sometimes people tend to think conversation is one side. In the science that I know in politics, conversation can never be on one side. So it should not always be conversation on the elector, and conversation should never be always from the candidate. The candidate has to listen, but also for the elector to have an understanding as to what is going on. That elector has a right to allow the candidate to spill out some of his or her views on issues and matters. And sometimes you have people who think that they have all of the answers. Some people speak like as if they don't need you to even converse. And I don't think that is a right concept. When you're doing campaigning, whether it's at the market, whether it's at the bayside, or whether it's on the streets, or whether it's in the supermarket. I think conversation, and the word conversation speaks of two.
Right. Well, I like the word that you brought up in conversation, because it doesn't matter whether a person will say, by brain, you see that person there, that person is UWP. Or a person will say, but you see that person there, brain, that person is Labour. Or you see that person there, the person is Freedom. My view is that you go and talk to everybody. Whether the person is Freedom, you go talk to them. So nobody's going to say, don't go by that person, because that person is Freedom. No. I want to go by that person. Hey, but you see that person there? That person is UWP. Brain, don't go. I want to go there. Or that person is Labour. I want to go there too. So my view about it, and that's my view, that you talk to everybody. No matter whether they say the person is UWP or the person is Labour, because you never know what is in the person's mind. Things can happen.
And that's the purpose of canvassing. You have to really go out there and have conversation.
That's right. So I like the word conversation.
And in the absence of conversation, you won't know what the person is thinking.
That's
or if
right.
the person wants to give support to you. Although there are some people who are very good at it in in knowing that they're not supporting you, but give you the idea that they will be supporting you.
Right. But there are some people too who may be supporting a political party, but because of the individual that's running, they'll say we'll vote for the person.
Mm-hmm.
So the person will get, not that they support the party, but because the person that's running there means so much to them. And that is the person's family may have helped them. You know, the person themselves may be very good friends of their family. So they'll say, boy, Brain, we're not voting for the party, you know. We're voting for you. So the persons will get their own personal votes because of them and their family.
And you're very correct, you know, Brain, where people in the determination to support not a political party but an individual, it will come down from family to friends, and so that's why it's always important for the candidate to always try his or her best to reach out to as many people as possible, because sometimes you hear people say, "Oh, I know your grandmother, you know." Yeah. She helped me, boy, when I didn't have anything. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, I know your father, you know. Your father, we used to break dance together.
Yeah.
You know. And so I'm going to give you this support because your father in his days really helped me. Mm-hmm. Someone to say, you know, I remember your father doing a job for me at no cost. So I will lend the support just because of your father. So it is very true, Brain, that people tend to lend their support outside of political party persuasion. Mm-hmm. So some people might just be supporting a political party, but because of who is actually running,
yes,
that they would make that determination to give that support to that individual. So that is important in reference to canvassing.
Right.
And in canvassing, you'll also study what the ground is saying, so you can make a determination as to how best you can run your campaign.
Yeah. So I like the word that you brought, to have conversation, which is important, you know, to dialogue, to find out what's actually happening.
And that's why sometimes, Brain, when you hear people say, "Oh, it's political season time, so all in front of my door," as I always say to people, that when someone is sick, that's when he knows the doctor. Mm-hmm. He knows the doctor when he's sick.
Right.
Someone knows the police officer when he needs security, when he needs the duties of the police officer to be executed. The same thing like a fireman.
Right.
So it's I always tell people, when there is no political period, you don't always find the politician coming to your door, even if they are giving you a mandate to
Before you take that call,
yes,
my view is that
yes,
even if Brain supports you or the person supports another person, but it's always good. Sometimes it's not always about money or cool out. Sometimes the person just want to know, boy, Brain passed by me, you know. You know, the candidate passed by me. Give me a hug. And the candidate is there. You know, so they always feel that connection between you and the person. It's a form of communication, verbal communication, but also your presence. I don't see the man, he don't pass there, man. The person come, hey, boy, when they see, hey, Brain, Mr. Rive, man. You know, so it's always good, although you will not be there every day, but it's always important to touch the base. And so don't take it for granted.
And that's very important what you have just said, Brain, that when the people have placed confidence in you and have elected you, it is of great importance that you touch the base. It's of great importance that you reach out to the base, because many times we tend to isolate ourselves from. And it's on all sides, eh?
Yeah, all sides. We're talking broad base. Broad base politics.
We tend to isolate ourselves after we are elected or get swamped, especially if most of us are given ministerial position, and forget the cause of why you are there. Mm-hmm. So I think it's of great importance that people actually, when given the opportunity to represent people, are given the opportunity to really reach out. But the other thing, though, too, Brain, in a country like Dominica, which is not a very huge country, but to have a constituency, and it's so vast, we are speaking about Rosa North, for us enough to have Cocoa Bottom, Mount Daniel, Fonkole, and Fonkole itself is a diverse community, very huge community. Then you have Pottersville, then you have Lower Goodwill, which deals from I would say Steber Street going way up to the roundabout into the areas of Jolly Lane and those areas there. And then you have Upper Goodwill, which is Santa Roma, another large area. Then you have Louisville. Then you have Tarish Pete, Gotha, Belleville Roll, Stock Farm. This is a very huge constituency, and so sometimes it really erodes the kind of service that you as a parliament representative would like to give to your constituency. Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you.
Good evening to members and members. Fireman touching this. Maybe I have to call because I say something that makes me have to really call. So, Mr. Brink, good evening, Mr. Brink. Good evening to Mr. Cecil Joseph.
Good evening.
And you will. Today is my earth strong and you're enjoying my earth strong. Now, I hear a fella say something about Fokole the other day as a political manatee, right? Now, the guy was saying that once upon a time, Fokole, a lot of houses to be at stick. But what I understand for myself, anytime you're on a piece of land and you don't have a receipt, you can't do nothing positive there to scale stick, right? So the time that you get a receipt for your land, obviously you can take out this stick and put something positive. So I said that to say now, from since the government salary and for the people them at $1 a square foot, you can see the people start to move because they choke. They can't move. I mean, let's get it all over, international, locally, regionally. That's the most. Nobody got them what they want. You know what I'm saying? So you know, supposed to come and tell the people that maybe don't support the government, but the government do a good thing. You're telling them that, oh, they wasn't stick and right now they have night. But straight, of course they have night because the government organized them. And before I roll out now, finally there is no way in life saying nobody live River Nickel or out of River Nickel and go in America and live or one make a life in America. And they don't fulfill the mission. And according to your qualification they don't fulfill, you have a serious problem. You can't fix somebody, you can't fix yourself. Up and running, today's my option, enjoy my option. All the time, take my winter vegetable. Today's Big Brother wa option also. Good evening to Big Brother wa, enjoy your option and make a kiki in Buffer State. Today's your option also. Members and members, up and running. Fireman running, bless up this town.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday to both yourself and yes, very good point, you know. Sometimes we into the politics, and while you are into the politics, you say certain things and you forget certain things, deliberate or otherwise. Mm-hmm. So the caller is making the point that today we would see the community of Fonkole from the distance, and you look up and you would see the progress that the people have made, and for them to have made the progress, it means that they would have had access to having their own lands. And so we know that these people in Fonkole, a greater majority of them were squatters, which means that they were land not belonging to them, lands belonging to the government. And the lands, as you heard the caller said, were sold to these people for $1. And they need to be complimented for the kind of work that they would have made to ensure that their property is of great value. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil, and good evening, Brain.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing, Brain?
Hi, great shape, brother. In great shape.
What you doing for Pottersville, boy? The Bayfront. I hope you're doing your work in the Bayfront there, you know, and don't pretend as though you're doing work, you know. I hope you have time to do the work. So I hope you're going down there and do the work.
Remember, tonight is not a political
I know it's not politics, man.
We have to be impartial. Eh?
I know, but that's how it is, you know. But what I'm trying to between me and you and Cecil, you have to be practical, my brother. Anything you're doing in life, you have to be practical. The Bible tells you faith without works is dead. You can do what you want. And I believe to myself, man, there's a lot of people all of a sudden they just want to be politicians. But it was that. If you all of a sudden you want to be a politician, you're messing it up. I believe to myself that you have to serve since you're small. You have to serve your community, village. You have to go up through the ranks. When you go up through the ranks, village council, helping elderly people get their water in your bucket, buying their sugar for them, go there. It has to start from small, you know. A lot of these people you see that doing well,
It's people that serve people in their community, their church. They do that for people. But they're talking about it, but they're doing it. So as I tell people, my brother, you have to have a plan. You have to plan. Anytime you do have a plan, and let me tell you something, I know about what I will say. When you see work is being done, you can say you're not seeing and nothing do happening, and you have wooden glasses, but there are people that are very hypocritical. They're seeing it, but they'll deny it. There's a lot of politics going on in place. A lot of people brainwash. They don't even know they brainwash. I am telling you that. And you have to be strong. But at the same time, Cecil, you have to. Politics is a science, you know. Mm-hmm. It's a science. And if you're not good at it, you will make mistakes. You'll fumble. You have to know when to talk to people, how to talk to them, when to turn down, when to bring up. You have to know. You have to be able to discuss with people. You have to wait people to know you. You know them. They can. Let me tell you. You see me there. I can talk to a lot of blue people, and I just talk to them, even though they vex me, and I still say, give them a drink, do that. I still good friend of them. But my brother, Cecil, you know all of us have a conscience. You know that.
I'm listening. I'm waiting for your point.
And when you speak the truth, my brother, one-on-one, two-on-two, don't worry how that person deal with you there. When you see them go home and sleep, they're sitting on the edge of their bed. And what you see, you tell them, they just think about it. And many of them I meet in the market. I meet by Simzi. I meet there, I talking to them here, one-on-one, yeah. 1 week after, you come tell me, boy, 6, you know what you tell me, it's true, boy. I didn't think about it, but, you know, it's really true. I say, I know I'm bashing you on your party, but what's going on there, my brother? You can see who working and who the working man. So you just get yourself good. And I tell people from down there, just know who that can represent you properly. Representation. Do you know they had wars over bad representation? The Boston Tea Party, the Civil War in America, bad representation, war break out of that. So in other words, when you can represent people properly and deal with people properly, but you have a big chance. You have a big chance. I always tell people how you deal with people. If you let me tell you in that situation there. If your father was a bad man, if your father was a bad man or your mother was a bad person in the village, you know that affecting you as a politician. When you come to go up, they tell you, boy, I ain't voting you because your mother was a wicked woman. Your father was a wicked woman. Your mother was a good woman. Yes, boy, 3/4 of your vote is for your mother and father because of your mother and father. Yeah, that's how it is in Dominica. Dominica is a small place. People love each other, but some people have funny attitudes. But I tell the truth. Only the truth that can set us free. Yes. And my brother, the truth will tell at Rosenhof at the end because people know what's going on. Have a blessed night, Brad.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, Cecil, the key thing there he mentioned, which is quite interesting, is having conversation. Mm-hmm. Having conversation. Mm-hmm. And when you have conversation and you talk to the different people, you get, and you have been there before, they all know. People tell you their position, what they feel, and what needs to be done.
And also, too, on the campaign trail, sometimes people make statements that are not factual. So, for instance, I heard a statement, and the statement was to that effect, that today the person said that in the past they used to buy gill of oil. Mm-hmm. And today you're buying less than a gill of oil. And the person gave, for instance, for example, the bell pepper bottle, and stated very clearly on Facebook, and I was very disappointed in the person making that pronouncement or making that statement, that we purchase oil in those little bottles, and it can hardly ever fry 1 Bix. So that's not a fact. That's not truth, and I don't like politics of that nature. The person also said that today people are buying half-pound flour and half-pound sugar, and I was very much taken aback. And I never could comprehend rationale of this. When I know you have so many supermarkets now where people are actually buying things on almost like a wholesale.
No. The thing about it is that we have not given up on our small shops.
No, we haven't.
Our small shops are shops that emerge and still derive from the Lakou period. I know, for instance, if I go to Fonkole, which I go there very often, I go to small shops and I notice that they have pong flour, I notice they sell their oil. If I go to St. Joseph in the small shops, I notice that they sell their soda, they sell their oil, they sell their local sugar. So these shops still exist.
Correct.
They still exist in Dominica. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The shops exist. They may not exist to extent in Roseau, because basically in Roseau now we are more or less have supermarkets or mini marts, where we buy our thing already wrapped in plastic. But there are still small shops existing outside of Roseau.
And that's a good point, Brain, that you're making. These things have never left us.
They never left us.
And so it is not to say that that's what the population is actually doing. It's not an accurate assessment to say that people are buying less than half GIL oil. Yes, that may exist. Someone wants to do something quick at home and they would purchase that.
No, it still exists.
It still exists.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
So it still exists.
No.
But by and large, and the point I'm making is, by and large, we cannot say that is a norm that continues everywhere.
No, the person is definitely wrong. The fact is that we have to look at the socio-economic situation, and that the small shops exist and they're very important. We can't close them down.
No, that's correct.
Because we have to be real.
It's like people still buying how you call it wabio? How you call it little?
We still buy our wabio.
Yes, how do you call it? The
Jill or rum.
Yes, yeah.
Man still doing that.
Yes.
Man take the shoot. Man
shot.
Go and
take the shot. That's what I was looking for. The word
man
the shot.
Man go and buy the little saltfish.
Mm-hmm.
In shop, they like a smoke herring. These shops exist. There's nothing to be ashamed of it.
Someone's on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening.
Good evening, fireman again. Mr. Brennan, Mr. Joseph. This is a little country they call Dominica. I call it Dominica. Nobody can tell me that. That's why I don't bring no crap, no cooking, no malice in my country. I love my country. I love the Caribbean of my country. But let me tell you something. That little island they call Dominica, I call it Dominica. That's a high-grade island right now, Mr. Joseph. I don't shovel, that's what I'm telling you. So when man try to bring down the country, bring down themselves, it's impossible for it to have no ounce on them kind of thing about it. They want to bring down the thing. I say, no, me tell you something. And I was also by the way, Mr. Joseph, we used to have Chinese shoe and the Razad. You know when we come to Razad? We used to go to church, we used to play football, we used to go to school with the Razad. Right now, man doesn't even think of that thing again. I was also by the shit. When you see a young man come buy a shit, you don't order shit, you want a Lacoste in it. You want a branding master. So let's get it straight. Mankind, our grade, high grade now. Get it straight. We don't live in no kind of poverty in a sense that how people have it. We don't poor. We're rich. Is our meditation and making us poor because how we think and how we doing certain things. And that's why the fire will out well and truly. That pal rep in the Google constituency, in my constituency, as I say, she can do it all by herself. And the great have to happen, as I say, the big constituency. So she has to organize vehicle groups all over the constituency and make sure she keep in touch with every one of them, because not everybody can see whosoever they have to see. And that's the only problem we have when we celebrate or when we vote a pal rep. After the election, we don't see them so often, and we have to change that kind of culture. I'm things like I never know. No other political party is Labour Party I support him. When Rosie come in the business, Rosie make me know what politics was about and make me know what my country represents and what I have to do and what really other I can do for my country. Every one of us can make a difference if we want to. Nobody can tell me. This country is a high-grade country. So when the man come in, they can look and ask for brass. And ask for brass. Man does buy expensive. When man go and buy fish, it's all like 5-7 pounds. His whole fish man does buy now. Get it straight. Oh, there you go, is high grade thing man dealing with. So it does that country and village again. Right now, everywhere in river they can like Roseau, like tongue. Let's get it straight. Before you can, I don't know before you said Mr. Joseph. When you come to football all about the place, this is a different culture compared to right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody up and running, living colors, man, talking about, right now people have pit toilet, but you have a problem, you forget the whole bus, tell you that was it. That wasn't it. You right, but make sure everybody have a fluffing toilet to live upright like a human being, but up and running. Fireman running like I'm listening.
Thank you. Someone just sent a statement on WhatsApp. The person said, based on the utterance of the individual who made that pronouncement, he was giving the world the impression that is what's happening on the island. That's my opinion. That's what the person said.
Well, the person, the thing about it, if you look at the culture of the country, if you go by the B, when they have macchio, man will come and buy their 2 pounds of macchio, your 3 pounds of macchio. The man wouldn't just buy a whole boat of macchio. Another man will go across there, he'll buy his little 3 pounds, 4 pounds of tuna. He'll buy that. He has his family, he go, and it's always nice. Some man will pull up their boat, they'll get their low. It is part of the culture. I mean, we can't run away from our culture, man or lady giving the impression that is part of the culture. I go by the bay, I sit all the time, I walk the bay, I hear the people, and they still get their low. They still pull their boat, they like that. It's part of the culture. It's not that the people are in a certain level of poverty or to give that impression. It's part of us. And that is why the Lakou is very important. That some of us, when we graduate, we have a house, so we have 4 bedrooms, or we have 4 transport, or whatever. We forget our roots. And that's a very dangerous thing. Mm-hmm. That's very dangerous. Mm-hmm. So it is not the state of the economy. It is that in different areas, you have different cultures, and the small shops must never close. Why must we close our shops or small shops?
Because as you say,
we can buy a bag of sugar.
Right, that's good. That's a good point.
No, because you can buy your bag of sugar. Mm-hmm. Another person may not be able to buy the whole bag of sugar.
Some persons might buy their alcohol and place it at their home. Some people feel the culture. They will go to the rum shop and purchase.
And their rum.
Yeah.
They go and have a beer. Mm-hmm. Some people can have 4 cases of beer at their home. But it's nice when you go and watch a little football game or a little cricket game. Mm-hmm. You knock your beer with a man. Or you take a little drink with a man and you talk and all you socialize. It's part of socialization. Otherwise, you can buy your 4 cases of beer and you're alone drinking your 4 cases of beer at your home,
And see, and that's important, as you're saying that, Brain. We must not leave the wider world to believe that this is what exists in Dominica. It's not fair to us.
It is not
as
part
a,
of
as
the
a people.
norm. We have moved forward, but we are not going to stop our culture.
That's correct.
We can go by the bakery and buy 1 Mastiff. We can buy 2 Mastiff. Mm-hmm. We can go buy Boydie. We can buy our Mastiff. Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong about that.
There are some people that will continue the culture by going to the bus, going on the bus stop and purchase the 1 Mastiff or the 2 Mastiff.
Your sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah. So we have to understand the culture of the people.
The way we brought up our values.
And we should not try to mix the culture with politics.
We are not an American culture, where we just everything is by Home Depot or by... No. We're in the Caribbean. That's us as a people. So the people must not make us believe that we're so poor. We can't go and ask for a little half pound or a pound of sugar or $2 bala, $3 bala, 5 mango. No, man. That's part of our culture. That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah. No. I'm happy that you are able to look at it that way.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
That's us as a people.
Mm-hmm.
And we must not forget our roots.
Right.
If we forget where we are going,
and so you're saying to us that people should not take our culture to sell it out there in a negative way, in a negative light.
No.
Because when you say that people are still buying less than half GIL, no, didn't say people are still. When today, according to the individual,
we're still doing
when
it.
Today, no, the person, it's not about still doing it. That's important to say, still doing it, but the person gives you the impression that yesterday it was a bottle of oil, and today you're buying less than half GIL of oil.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's where I take serious offense to it.
And myself didn't even pay attention to that because I know, for instance, when you travel, when I was as a teacher, as a principal, as an education officer, I travel the country, the whole country, north, south, east, and west, and we have not lost our culture, and we should not lose it. Because if we're in a disaster, how are we going to survive? How are we going to survive if we start eliminating all those culture? We had to go sometimes, leave your home and go and bathe in the river. What is so wrong with that? Because you have a bathtub at your home, you just lie down in your bathtub. But you go in the river, go by the beach,
Right.
have a bath.
Right, and it is not saying that because the person goes by the river that the community is so poor that they cannot afford.
Wait for when a hurricane come and earthquake come, you'll see how fast you'll find yourself in the river. Don't train yourself to survive on what you have.
No. I want to also ask you, Brain, what do you make of a constituency like the Roseau North, with so many huge communities, and having to have one parliamentary representative responsible? As we speak, the last number that I saw would have been 7,500 and I think 40 in the last election.
Right.
Subject to correction, but it's over 7,500 electors.
It's a huge constituency. It's a huge constituency for any one parliament. It's like when I was the education officer of the North. The North was a very huge area to be able to supervise. But here is the issue that I agree it's a bit big and we may have to look at it. But here's the issue that I always have and I'm amazed about. When we look at Fonkole, it's persons of a certain socioeconomic status. When we look at Tarishpeet, it's persons of a certain economic status. When we look at Gotha, it's persons of a certain economic status. When we look at Pottersville, it's a certain economic status. And, I always thinking about it that way. That is a cause for concern in terms of how it is that we cannot manage ourselves to be able to rescue it in terms of the way politically. Because this is really an area I know was the hallmark and the bedrock of the Labour Party. I have to say it here. It was no man could ever be the Labour Party in Gotha and Tarishpeet. No man. And so there seemed to have been a shift, and we have to look at it. As you say, it's a science, we have to look at it. We have to really begin to examine it, because really people of a certain status that living there.
No, but as I said, the constituency is very diverse.
It's diverse.
You have people with a higher economic status than others who might be in a lower economic status or socio-economic status.
Yes.
And so when you look at the constituency, from one end to the south, let's say that of Louisville. Louisville is part of the constituency.
Yeah, it's big, very big.
Very big.
Very big.
Well, Louisville is not very big, but you have Stock Farm,
yes,
which is very big.
Yeah.
To include that of Tarishpeet and Bellevue Roll. That makes it as a very
And
huge...
then you have some expansions, because when in the early days we did not have Yampis. So Yampis was an add-on. In the early days we did not have...
Louisville.
We did not have Louisville.
Neither
did we have what I call the Tarishpeet area. Tarishpeet area came in after Hurricane David. We started developing that area. So these are new communities, especially the Yampis area. Fonkole has always been there, although it has expanded a bit. But Louisville, you're correct, that's added on.
And so when you have, let's take for instance the Goodwill Pottersville area, very concentrated area, you have people who would have come in to live
in the area.
Not necessarily from the area, but live in the area. I wonder, how do you look at it?
Well, I'll talk about it. You have a call.
Let's take a call. Good evening.
Yeah, Brain.
Yes.
When we let, you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
When we let Africa as slaves, will this condition exist in Africa among us? What you are now holding up as to be a culture, was this culture existing when you take us from Africa?
Well, let me just answer you quickly. I just finished reading a book from Columbus to Castro, The History of the Caribbean. The African culture was very rich, very rich and diverse. But having come to the Caribbean, remember we came to the Caribbean as a laborer for the plantation. We were plantation workers. So, of course, the plantation would be requiring people to work for production. And so Europe was depending on African labor to enable
I
the
am
Caribbean.
aware of that. Ben, I am aware of that. For the condition that now existing among us, is that a condition we should always living in?
Well, to answer that question, within the Caribbean space, when you look at the whole situation from Ghana right across to Jamaica, the conditions were like that for a long
Answer
time.
my question. Answer my question
Yes.
correctly. Is this a condition we're supposed to live in? That's what the question.
Oh, you
I
said,
asked.
is this a condition we're supposed to live? But we're getting out of that, man. We're getting out of it. But this is a discussion we can have. I can show you different situations, but it's too. I would not be able to give you all the answers on tonight's show. So
Yeah,
I just
but let me
refrain
tell
my
you
answer.
something. Let me tell you something. I read just as much as you, in spite of your brain. You dig? And you don't answer my question, explaining wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If you have,
I'm not so sure I'm not so sure what the caller was asking.
I don't understand.
Yeah, the caller wasn't very clear to me in terms of his question.
Yeah.
Because in society, in the great United States of America, into the richest countries of the world, you have people living on the poverty line. You have people living in the high end part of the society.
And you're correct.
And you also have people in the middle.
You're correct.
And sometimes, yes, the system of governance, I didn't say the system of government, the system of governance sometimes will do affect how most of us would live. But also we have to also remember that we as individuals, we have a part to play. So to talk about Africa, and if I have to answer the question in reference Africa, we can go back and look at South Africa, one of the richest countries
I'm glad you mentioned that.
in Africa, with a high level of poverty. And if you look at Nigeria, with over 120 million people, with quite a lot of various elements and materials that will allow them to be
rich.
We have seen the line of poverty.
Right.
And so the Caribbean, we have looked at Trinidad. Trinidad is one of the examples of a country in the region that is, English-speaking Caribbean, that is considered to be a progressive country.
Yes.
But at the same time, in Trinidad, you have a very high level of poverty in Trinidad. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Cecil. You remember Walter Rodney wrote a book, how Europe exploit Africa?
No. The name of the book is How Europe Underdeveloped Africa.
You read that book already?
Yeah, I have the book in my
So
library.
who caused African to be in poverty today?
The Europeans.
I wouldn't say, I wouldn't totally say the Europeans. I wouldn't just answer blankly and say it's the Europeans, caller. It's not a fair answer to say just the Europeans. We too.
Hold on. Let Cecil answer.
We too, as black kings, we allow the Europeans to come to our shores in Africa, mesmerize our minds. We sold slaves to the Europeans. The treatment that was given to the Europeans, I'm not so sure what the kind of treatment that we give our own in Africa, but that has never been written about. But I'm saying to you that the blacks are also responsible. A lot of people don't like me saying that, but we as blacks, our kings and queens, also allow us to be the way that we are. Go ahead.
Well, let me tell you something. They come as missionaries to work on us society. They had their plan, and they succeeded with their plan, because it have really black people all about up to this present day.
All right. Let me just be.
Anyway, thanks,
thank
caller.
you. Let me just read something quickly for you. I just wanted to read that so you understand where we come. There's nothing which contributes more to the development of the colonies and the cultivation of their soil than the laborer toil of the Negroes. So read a decree of King Louis XIV of France on August the 26th, 1670. It was the consensus of 17th century European opinion. Negroes became the life of the Caribbean, as Joe Downing said of Barbados in 1645. The very being of the plantation depended on the supply of Negroes. And it was the Negroes' labor that helped to develop Europe. So that's it. I mean, and that is taken from Capitalism and Slavery from Dr. Eric Williams, and you can read more about it. But I just wanted to just let you know what the situation was with the Negroes. Yes, they had their civilization, but being brought to the Caribbean, they were brought to operate as slave laborers.
Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, Bobo, fireman again. Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brain, you touch on a program that I'd like you to make a time relevant to here. To make a time for that program, because that program we talk about is very important. As the elder come on the elder say, relevant to Mr. Joseph, let's get it straight. It's impossible for anywhere in the world to be foundation of creation, right? And for other, what you do, you know, the Europe, not the European alone, even the Muslim, the Arabs and them, all of them was part of it. It wasn't black people were sticking and selling for nobody. We have to get it straight. It was a culture that given to us and we follow just like what they given to us. Because think of it, it's impossible for a country or island, continent to be so rich in resources and everything and for them to be suffered. Somebody come to the island, take our resources, you know for a fact, go to the country or to the islands or to the countries, build the country, build the people and keep us in poverty. Let's get it real. Look at Burkina Faso today. In less than no time, watch it. When France was giving Burkina Faso $2 million every year, we're making $2 million in 2 days. Something not correct, my lord. Let's get it straight. We have to have a program for it because I don't hit my heart to know that we're suffering too much because of these people, and the best thing they've been to after they do all that to us, what they give us. More than Jesus to bring us heaven, so we go heaven when we tell something, keep the fire blazing and listening.
That's a separate program, and we just dive into it a little bit.
And no, I like the fact that the caller said that we need to have a separate program
for that.
And I would like to be prepared and come to that kind of discussion with the general public, because there are a lot of things are hidden, a lot of things are not being said, a lot of things that we are not aware. And I'm saying that if we have an open discussion for persons to have an understanding, because I am of the view that, yes, the Europeans left Europe. They came to Africa. When they came to Africa, they didn't meet white guys there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You can say that they met Arabs, but a lot of the Arabs were black. Mm-hmm. According to Peter Tosh, if you're not a white man, you are a black man. Mm-hmm. And so they met the Arabs, they met the blacks, they met the kings. And they would have been paid. And most of the times from history, you heard that most of the people that they sold to the Europeans were people who were in jail, who were in prison. So most of the people that came to our side, to our parts, came from the prisons. And the slave trade was one of the things that was responsible for us. So we came into the Caribbean. Were we in the majority or in the minority? Whatever we were.
Majority.
Whatever we were. We were in the majority.
Yeah, we're in the
So
majority.
if it means that we were in the majority and we were being ruled from Europe, it means that something was actually definitely wrong. So the point I'm making is, in every society, you're going to have, as you said, a mixed culture.
Right.
We said that earlier on. But when you look at the economic aspect of it, Brain, you're not going to have everybody equal. There's no way.
But fast forward, just for a brief discussion, which we'll have in the future. What is sanctions? If, for instance, you decide that you're in this part of the hemisphere and you decide to have trading partners and you have Big Brother looking at you, sanctions can be placed on you, you know.
Yes.
It's a form of slavery, you know. I mean, we don't want to say that, but if sanctions are placed on you, you cannot deal in trade because, you know, people will say, okay, we're putting a no travel zone on you, or we'll just decide we're just locking you down. What can you do?
It's a modern form of slavery.
It's a modern form of slavery because it doesn't give you the level of independence. So, I mean, that discussion we can generate at a future time. But people have to understand sanctions and military power controls certain hemispheres, you know. You've seen it happening all the time. So to come and tell me, you may not be saying is an export of Negroes, but in terms of action taken to stifle your economy, it's another form of slavery, if you look at it from that diverse thinking. But that's another discussion.
I think someday we should have that kind of discussion. Bring in somebody that we can have that open discussion about the issue of the slave trade. This is of great importance because we are still grappling about the truth of the slave trade as to its reasoning or its rationale.
But you heard me and Motley recently were asking for reparation, eh?
Yes.
I saw some of the latest speeches of reparation.
We saw that happening in Australia, but we in our parts we have had organizations and groups, and I think it's time that we start to speak louder to the Europeans to find out what is missing.
When you say loud, it means Europe actually, certain countries in Europe that dealt in slavery and enriched themselves out of slave labor, be willing to pay for because I remember they made money, eh? So are they willing to pay for some of the atrocities that they committed on the Middle Passage? A lot of atrocities were committed. And so if you're talking about reparation,
and people must also remember, Brain, that religion was the last aspect of the strategy. When they took people from Africa to bring them to the region, there was a purpose, there was a rationale for taking them. It wasn't because of religion. Religion was out of the window. After emancipation, then that's when religion came on board to put fear to you and to tell you about heaven and hell.
Cecil, we'll have to
have another discussion
on that because that will take us through the whole program.
Yes.
But Cecil, it's very important to get back on track that before we move on, that politicians must understand, and you made the point, have a conversation. I mean, some constituencies are big, as we're referring to Roseau North, and maybe at some point in time, I know maybe the discussion, but some people are saying there are too many constituencies. So if you try to split up Roseau North, you may have 22 constituencies. There's another discussion. Do we have too many constituencies?
But when you look, let's take another constituency in the Roseau area. When you look at Roseau South, and you make comparison to Roseau Central, Roseau South, it's a very huge constituency itself. It includes Bath Estate, Emsall, Newtown, and you know how big Newtown is: Kingshill, Egliston, Girodale, Loubier, Madrell. So that is a very huge constituency. If you have to look at it, it's very huge. Almost the same 5,000-6,000 electors.
Right, and it's diverse as well.
And it's diverse. When you look at Maho entails Kinfield, which is a very huge area. Massac, which it also is a very huge area. Campbell, Warner, that of Maho itself. Looking at that constituency, can you imagine a parliamentary representative having to be living in Maho or representing Maho, and he has to take toll of what is happening in Kinfield with a dense population in Kinfield. Then you have to look at Maho, also which with a dense population. You look at Massac,
big.
Yes, you can talk about Warner and Campbell as smaller areas, but you have to give presentation. You have to give presentation and representation to these people. So I think it is time that the Electoral Commission look at this. I think these are some of the areas of discussion that should be ensued in reference to the development
which you call modernization
or modernization of
electoral modernization.
Right. Okay. So it's something that we have to look at. Should we now look at saying that can we now take Roseau Central and add Bath Estate to it?
The discussion is very interesting, but that is a very interesting discussion. But that
should we remove? Well, let us look at Soufriere Scott said Gallion. Can we say that in terms of close proximity to Madrell, include Madrell in the Port Michel area, or should we say can we put it in the Petit Saban area?
That's discussion. That's a discussion that will take place, I sure, as we go forward in the future. But that's
no. You're talking about discussion for us to go in the future.
Yes,
I'm also saying, Brain, that sometimes some people are not thinking of these things, because we know of the gerrymandering of some areas, as way back as 1985, that we saw. So once upon a time, Lagon used to be part of, as Lagon in Portsmouth, used to be part of the Portsmouth constituency.
Dodan was with
Paybush.
Paybush, yeah.
Right. So the commission would have looked at it and decided that, hey, let us now gerrymander, and decided
Well,
that.
It's a conversation that they would have to have with the public, with the Dominica itself, as to the way forward, the dialogue. As you say, let's have a conversation. Conversation is important. So some of going forward, these are some of the conversations we will have as to what we should do in the future.
I think we can help. We can help the system itself.
And don't forget
to grow.
And don't forget in certain situations.
Although the population is bigger, in Barbados, they have 30 constituencies. 30.
What's the population?
The population is around 200,000. I'm just saying the population is bigger.
Right.
All right.
Bigger.
But I'm talking about, even if you're talking about the population is bigger, but you might have a dense populated area. But at the end of the day, in terms of the land mass, that's what you have to look at. The land mass. I mean, the land mass. Just really think of it. Having to be a representative of St. Joseph, and having to go right on the other side
to Bells.
You know what it is? So you find that I'm not making any excuse for any politician or any parliamentary representative, but do you know what it is to really have to see about Layu, Miru, St. Joseph, and then having to go right across to Bells, Layu Park, so it is something that I think we have to start looking at and see how best those things can be addressed. When you look at Marigot, Wesley, are these constituencies large enough? When we see their population is about between 8 and 1,000 electors. So some of those things that we have to look at.
You have to look at those. These are things we have to look at in terms of the way forward.
When you look at Trafalgar, the Valley, Roseau Valley, you have Waterloo Weaven, you have Coptall, you have Trafalgar, you have the Valley, you have Fokani, you have what's that place, Loda. You check. You have to move from one area to the next. That area is not of great concern in terms of its size, So I think we have to really honestly look at how best that we can now start having that discussion in reference to the number of constituencies.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Nothing wrong in going to 25. We have 21, nothing wrong in going to 25.
Well, you may suggest more, but some people would suggest less. So, I mean, as you said, Cecil, it's good that we are looking at it and the discussion, and I'm sure members of the public listening to it. It's a conversation, I'm sure, that they too are thinking about, and we'll see what transpires. Cecil, very interesting. We went straight into that. What has been happening, just for us to leave and move to another segment, in terms of what have been happening, in terms of what have you been hearing? I know we were looking at the game before I left. What transpired in terms of, just quickly taking a break in terms of sports, what happened between the game Brazil-Norway?
I'm sure Brazil is now, everybody in the hotel room, they are either crying and preparing themselves to go home tonight or tomorrow morning. Brazil lost to Norway 2-1.
What are you saying there now?
I said to you, Brazil lost to Norway 2-1.
So Brazil is going home tomorrow then?
I just said to you that guys must be in the hotel room crying, packing up and getting themselves ready to either leave tonight or tomorrow morning.
That's a shocker, man.
Why do you think it's a shocker? Have you seen the quality of players in this year's World Cup?
Brazil has deteriorated a lot in football, man.
What's that?
They deteriorated a lot in football.
I'd rather say that we have seen improvement of various teams.
I guess you're referring to Ivory Coast and
The African teams,
Argentina.
the African teams have shown good representation of their various countries.
But Norway has never been a powerhouse in football.
Well,
I never know Norway as a powerhouse
well,
in football.
well, today everyone has the opportunity to see what players are actually made of. So you have many of the leading players in Premier League and in Portugal leagues, and so you give the coaches and management of teams an opportunity to look at what guys are doing.
Right, but when we look at Messi and MVP from France and Messi from Argentina, they're always delivering. What happened to this fella, this star fella from Brazil?
You're talking
Neymar?
Neymar scored the penalty. He did score the penalty.
You mean they had to score a penalty for them to have one goal?
Well, penalty is part of the process of the game. So I don't want to say that they had to score. They could throw the penalty too.
Yeah, but I mean, since when Brazil have had to reach to the stage where they're depending on penalties, I know normally they would get very early, very quickly, and go 1 up or 2 up quickly, and then other teams will have to come from behind.
Mm-hmm.
But the superstars like MVP for France and Messi from Argentina has been delivering. How comes this fella has not been delivering the goods?
You see, too, when you look at France's team, France has a very balanced team. When you look at their free forward men, they have been producing and been able to assist each other very well. They run very well off and on the ball. When you look at them, they have a very good understanding of the value of each player and where each player is, and so the distribution of their balls and the possession of their balls is of great importance for the game. We see that Mbappe has something like 6 goals, something like Messi. Messi has something like 20 goals in the World
19.
Cup. 19?
Yeah, Mbappe has 19.
No, Mbappe has 19 and Messi has 20.
20, yeah.
Right. So it speaks of the ability of the star players, the number one players, and what is expected of them. So France has shown the rest of the world that it looks like they would like it, based on what we saw 2 nights ago, I think, with Argentina winning 3-2. I can tell you, if it comes down with France and Argentina, I can see France winning.
So your favorite for the World Cup is France?
Yes.
All right. Is there any other team?
I was very clear.
What do you think about England, Mexico to 1 o'clock tonight?
I think Mexico will win.
Why?
Mexico is, for me, has a more balanced team. The players of England, yes, you can see that they are quicker off the ball. But in terms of creating that ability to maintain or to hold the ball, or the balance of the ball in their feet, I see that the Mexican, in terms of their defense, is a little bit more, or I should say, stronger than that of the England players.
Yes.
So I can see a 2-0 victory for Mexico tonight.
They're playing at the Aztec Stadium, and that's a very important thing. The altitude there, they're playing at over 7,000 feet up in the air, so which means that the air is thinner.
So that is
Mexico always bring you there to really starve you of oxygen.
I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that.
But you get
because I do not
oxygen.
want people to think that that the situation or where Mexico has found itself is by virtue of where they have found themselves playing.
Altitude, yeah.
Yeah. But it's a great point that we must take into consideration that the altitude of where they are going to be playing
Aztec
in
Stadium,
Mexico,
7,000 feet high.
it's an advantage to the Mexican
Yes,
team.
yes.
It's a disadvantage to the British team, especially knowing that if the British team or if the people from the representatives of England live above sea level, you know, the level of the oxygen in that situation will really work on the players. And that's why the players are finding themselves going to those friendly games to climatize themselves in those communities and those places.
Very interesting. Your money is on Mexico?
My money is on Mexico, 2 love.
All right. I will go with you.
You'll go with me.
1 love.
1 love. Okay.
Because England has never won anything at the Aztec Stadium. The record against them, the record is against them. They have not beaten any team once they've been playing at the Aztec Stadium in Mexico.
But what is also good with the England team? It's not racial, but we have seen quite a lot of blacks on their team, and I can almost guarantee you that the blacks' resistance to the condition, they would be able to have a fight against Mexico.
All right.
You know?
Let's wait and see. And finally, before we leave our sports, because, we always have to touch a little sport, West Indies has been showing up some resilience.
I happen to find myself looking at the game this afternoon and took a rest earlier on. But when I last saw the West Indies against Sri Lanka this afternoon, West Indies was 280 somebody for 4.
They were 300, and when I last saw them, they were 317 for 4.
Okay.
So
which means Graves and
Graves and Hope.
And Hope.
They're doing well.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've had a partnership of over 100.
Yes.
What about your man? Why is he so cautious?
Who's that?
Or Dominican guy.
You're talking about Hodge?
Hodge.
Scored 41?
Yeah, I find he's too cautious, man.
Mm-hmm. He likes to play. And yes.
The pressure of knowing that probably he's under the gun in terms of selection seems to be affecting him.
No, you have to tell yourself that when you are selected, that you're going to do your best. So if you have to wonder if I will be picked the next time, it means that you are giving yourself that fear.
Added pressure.
Yeah, that fear. And that fear will bring added pressure to you, and you may not succeed. You just have to go out there and play your game as normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting. So we're hoping to get a draw, or because tomorrow we go into day 4?
Tomorrow will be the 4th day.
Mm-hmm.
And let's. How much did
5 days they have?
How much did
They scored 500 plus.
500 plus. So they are under 150.
No,
runs.
we're still 200.
Still 200
plus runs away.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm. So
that part is telling, because if Sri Lanka comes in and do like what they did in the first inning, where the openers actually belt
the bowling,
and can find themselves declaring, if West Indies happen to score, let's just say happen to score 400. Let's say 425.
Mm-hmm. They'll belt the bowling and send West Indies in.
They will go try to belt the bowling and send West Indies in, maybe after tea. Who knows?
Right.
To try to pull
to get a victory.
But then what's important is to understand the pitch. You have to understand the dynamism of the pitch.
The pitch is playing well.
Right. And it's playing well for the batsmen.
Yes.
So I'm not seeing Sri Lanka having a chance to win that match. So
you're seeing a draw.
It's good. For me, it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
That's how I look at it.
Yes. So much for sports, Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
And so we took a little brief for sports.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we are heading into now, and I want you to raise that issue with you, is in terms of the summer break. And I must say, Cecil, even the grade K having graduation now, grade K the small children having graduation. I attended preschool, they call them. They're having graduation, and the grade 6 had their graduation. The high schools had their graduation as well. And so the children are heading to summer. Can you remember your summer holidays? How was it?
First of all, when you and I went to school, Brain, we did not start with preschool. Did you start with preschool?
No.
We started at the age of 5, right?
Yeah, I started at 5.
No, we started at the age of 5.
But I went to preschool, eh?
Okay.
I went to Brother Walker.
Did we? It
I
was preschool.
I went to preschool, Brother Walker, at the age of 3.
Because in my case, I remembered going to Quesh. But did we look at Quesh as a form of
preschool?
No. When we went to Quesh, it was an opportunity for us to know ourselves,
That's right.
to know callers and to understand the environment around us, how to build certain things by using our hands. And so we were not given books. I think we were given slits, at that time, right?
Yeah, slits we had.
Slits, right. For persons who wonder what is slits, I'm going to give Brain the opportunity to describe what a slit is.
Well, basically, it was what they call it, a slate. Where you had to write with your what I call, not your lead, your what do we call it?
Slate pencil.
Slate pencil. You know, it had something like a piece of wood around it. It was black, so it had little beads, which they call the abacus, where we check, and so we'd write on it. And then you'd be able to take your hand, a piece of cloth, and wipe it out.
Well, cloth. Well, I must say preschool for me at the time was the preparation for standard 1. That's what we call it.
No. For me, standard 1. You're right.
Yeah. So it was standard 1. So we went to preschool for 2 years, 2 years and a half. Some of us. Depends. Some even free. Some even free, because we would have had to start school at the age of 5, or maybe even 4.5. I think it's 5, and it would be a preparation for primary school. That's what we know.
And you're correct.
Just so someone wants to speak to us, let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm listening to Lakou, and I was just hearing them discussing preschool and creche.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make a comment on the creche.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay. In my time, the creche was something very different. We had there was Denise Defoe. She used to be Denise Elwin at the time. And as a girl guide, when they changed school from all day to half a day at CHS, Teacher Rose rounded up a couple of us, and we had to go to the creche from the end of September for the entire school year to work on our child care badge. And what the creche was to me at the time, upstairs, the whole floor was little babies in cradles. And I mean really little babies. So we went there, they would give us an orientation, Sister Alicia and Denise, and then they assigned us to different places. So I remember my older sister and Josie Louise and Annie James, they were taking care of the babies. We had to learn how to change their diapers, how to feed them. And when they were sick, they would learn how to take their temperature. But I didn't like that section at all. So downstairs, the creche, there was another section. And I can clearly remember that section was when the kids started walking. And I remember Kim Tong being in that section while I was a second, third former. And then there was a third section, and Robbie, his brother, was in that section. And I remember Dennis and Sister Alicia assigning Betty Sorrento, my good buddy from Bromley's. We were assigned to the ones who could walk. And that section it was Teacher Pat. Teacher Pat used to live opposite the cathedral. Her father used to ring the bell. Teacher Pat and Valley Aline used to take care of the older ones. And that group, I remember clearly, there was Robbie Tong, and we used to have to go across to get Kim when his mom came to get them. So the creche to me was like 3 different things going on at one time. And they never had uniforms. It was later, I remember going back home, and then the kids had that nice little green smoke. But the creche to me was always a place where they took care of the babies, the little children, and we used to have to I used to ask Valley to comb their hair, because I like combing girls' hair. And she would allow us to do it, and then we would have to be the runners. So when the parents came, we had to go upstairs to inform. Edrica used to work there, I remember that well. Edrica was with the babies.
Edrica Mens?
I don't remember Edrica's name, her last name. All I can tell you, she used to live close to the bridge, what we call the New Bridge. I used to call the New Bridge, which is going out of Roseau. Okay, so Edrica and Dennis. Dennis was Elwin at the time. She wasn't even married to Bannett before yet. And they had newborn babies used to be in the creche. So that's my idea of the creche. And then downstairs, when they started walking, they would move downstairs. And later, when they were really older kids, they would be with Teacher Pat and Valley.
So at what stage? So at what stage did Teacher Rose have the children? At what stage?
Teacher Rose school was always there before me, but Teacher Rose, the Girl Guides was always connected to all kind of association at home. So when we were working on our childcare badge, because we had half-day school by then, Teacher Rose rounded up those of us who had half-day school. So we were already in convents. And that's where we used to go in the creche to do our child care badge. And then after we completed Dennis and Valley and Teacher Pat, they had to evaluate our performance, and they would give us a certificate. And then we would go down by Bridgewater to buy the badge. We go down, Bridgewater used to be the guide shop, and we would take the certificate based on whatever your performance was.
Give us a better location of the Bridgewater stop.
Okay, you see where they had the big fire?
Yes.
Recently?
On King George V Street. By the big clock.
Yes. You know when you leave, let's start with the old market. Mm-hmm. When you leave the old market and you're walking up to People's Park.
Yes.
Garaways used to be on one side because they used to have haberdashery there. You could go buy ribbons, stocks, and stuff like that.
That's correct, yes, haberdashery.
And opposite was Bridgewater. Mrs. Osborne, again, people who were connected to guys. Mrs. Osborne, Mr. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts used to be in there. And in there was one counter was the guide shop. So anytime we went and we completed one of the badges, you had to spend the whole school year working on whatever it was. And then when they gave you your certificate of completion, we would go to the guide shop with the certificate. We had to show the certificate and we'd buy the badge, a little emblem, and then we would sew it on our shoulder. And that was when we were working towards, I think they had just introduced the Duke of Edinburgh Award. So that was what we would do. But the child care, I wanted to stay on topic. As you talked about the creche, my idea in my time, which was around 72, so in 73, the creche to me was a place for little babies, and it didn't have the school part because all I know when we went in the afternoon, we went from 2 to about 5 when the parents picked up the kids. And I know the oldest kids who used to be there, those of us assigned to that group with Teacher Pat and Valley Aline, we would read to them. But I never saw, they had their coloring book. But no, my idea of this social center preschool is a completely different. This is a well-structured preschool, a foundational learning center. Because even though I still go now and then to visit, and I focus when Deborah Charles was alive, I used to always work with Deborah and things I know that they do now. But the little green school today is something very different from what the creche was to me at the time. That's what I was trying to just show the difference of how it emerged. I don't know if they still have the babies upstairs, because the last time I went there, I think December 2024, I went downstairs to take something there. But I don't know about the babies upstairs. But in my time, the whole of the top floor was babies in cradles. And then it used to be the nurse like Florence Nightingale and tall Edrica. Edrica, I remember that well, because when I went in, I was praying to God they didn't assign me to the part where I had to be changing diapers. But they gave that to those that were more responsible. And I was glad they assigned me to I wouldn't say toddlers, I'd call them infants. And I always remember Robbie Tong, because he was assigned to me. And then there was a cute little girl named Davina Boston. I never forgot that child. And it was only 2 years ago I found out she's married to the guy that has ComC TV. And then I was able to reconnect with her when I called ComC TV for something, and I got reminded, the little girl at creche you always talk about with the nice big eyes, her mom works with my mom. That's her husband. So when I called the guy, I told him who I was and where I connected to his wife. And then, you remember they had a family they used to call Beau Soleil?
Yes, I know Beau Soleil.
One of them.
Yeah, Beau Soleil, yes.
Right. The big one used to box. I remember they would have his picture outside.
On Bath Road. On Bath Road.
Bath Road, yeah.
Right. They used to live up somewhere.
They used to call him Kid
Greenwood.
Flight. Kid Flight.
Okay. And I always remember his sister. There was a sister.
I think they live. Sorry, I think they live. For persons who want to know or get in or like information, that boxer actually live where Miss Caesar lived.
That's by
okay. I don't know. All I know they were from up that area there, and there was a girl, and she had a
Mabel
son.
Caesar.
I remember that well. The Beausoleil girl had a son. And he used to come to the creche at the time. He was in my group. That was the only little boy that used to come to the creche every day with his tie. And when we were bringing him to his mom, when we were delivering, we had to make sure you put his, Valley would remind us, put his tie on, please. Because when you were giving him back to his mom, she wanted him dressed just how she brought him.
Wow.
So those are experiences.
I would have liked to know that little boy. You remember his name?
I don't remember the name. I just always remember Robbie and Kim because their mom was a teacher at St. Martin's School. And St. Martin's School teachers somehow always used to have, because Mrs. Solomon used to have her kids coming in the creche at the time. I guess the connection with the social center and the church, and the St. Martin's School.
Yes.
St. Martin's School teachers used to have their kids at the creche. So that's my recollection of the creche. It was a place where they took care of little babies. Upstairs reminded me of children's ward at Princess Margaret Hospital.
Wow.
Because it was just cradles and I'm telling you, probably about 25 babies.
Wow.
And they had a little area when they were sick, if they had a cold or so, they would move them out. But you had to learn, as a girl guide, you had to learn to take their temperature. You had to learn how to change their diaper. You had to learn how to turn them on their back, Dennis. And there was another nun that used to be up there. But I always remember our orientation, Dennis, Edrica, Sister Alicia, and another nun.
I know.
God,
I would have liked Edrica.
I didn't get assigned to that area there.
I would have liked Edrica to call. I know it's Edrica Men's. I would like her to call. If she's listening, and also Teacher Pat, as I know that Teacher Pat always listen to the program Lakou, and Teacher Pat, if you're listening, I would like you to call. The number to call is 1-800-327 1-800-327. So you could add on to what our present caller is saying to us, because that's
Valley Allen, her Philip Allen daughter that live on Kennedy Avenue. That was Valley. That was where
Edison's sister, right?
Edison's sister, yes.
Right.
So those are the people that I know because they were the ones that were training us for our child care badge in Girl Guides. And that was my experience of the creche. So as you talked about the creche, I just wanted to touch on that because to me it wasn't always the quality kindergarten. It was to me a quality, top-notch daycare center.
And as you're saying this, what comes to mind is how these kind of programs were able to build and to develop people like yourself, and how it was able to give society a more holistic child. Hear what you said in terms of being involved in a social group, Brownies.
Oh yes, we had to go. Well, the child care badge was when you became a guide. So you're a Brownie from 6 to 11, and then you become a guide from 11 to 16, and then you become a ranger from 16 until you finish 16, 21. Teacher Pat herself was also, to me, like a big sister, because as a little Brownie, when we went to camp, Teacher Pat was like one of the people. Teacher Pat, Joyce Rennie, Dennis Defoe was also in guiding. And you know who else used to come I remember there, Shirley Seraphine. Shirley was like Denny's younger sister. She was married to Popo, the goalkeeper for Kensborough.
Oh, okay, yes.
So Shirley was also one of the guides that came to the creche. Hazel Shillingford, Dr. Ricketts. We were the ones that teach the first time that the guides could explore that childcare badge, because we had switched from all-day school to half-day, 8 to 1. And the minute we switched to 8 to 1, Teacher Rose rounded up a group of us that was already in convent, Jose Luis, that live on Bath Road, all of that group, and she sent us straight to the social center.
And let me just ask quickly, in that period, while you've been a Brownie and guide, you lived in close proximity to Teacher Rose in Rosa Central.
Let me tell you,
Okay.
Cecil, no, let's
I'm
not
just
go
asking.
off
I'm
track
asking.
because- No. Let me tell you, Teacher Rose was always in my life because my mom was in guiding. So even before I was old enough to become a Brownie, you can ask anybody that was in guiding way back then.
Mm-hmm.
I was first a Brownie in Goodwill. And when Mrs. Roy shot Mrs. Roy, for some reason, she was running the Goodwill Brownies. Her husband was running the Scouts, and my mom was running the guides with Mrs. Agatha Robinson. When Mrs. Robinson became the commissioner, my mom was running that for decades. So I was always around those things. But Teacher Rose School to me was always a place that was part of my life, because when Mrs. Roy went away on some government function or whatever, they had to close down the Goodwill Brownies. So a couple of us, like my mother was always a guide and things. So what they did, some of us transferred to Teacher Rose because the Goodwill Brownies was closing. And Maureen, her children, a lot of kids from Upper Goodwill was in Goodwill Brownies. But when Mrs. Roy had to leave, and I just remember at least 4 of us that stuck with it, and we had to come down from Goodwill to come to Brownie meeting. We used to have Brownie meeting behind the cemetery wall in the guide headquarters first. And when they started to build the Defense Force headquarters, everything shifted to the library. But our first place of congregating, having our tea parties, and we used to go back and forth to get water in the governor's yard. Right. Because you could go from the guides' headquarters, we would pass through there and go get water in the governor's yard. So that's how...
So actually you're saying to us where the SMP was, that's where your headquarters used to be? You're present in the SMP St. Mary's Primary.
Okay, somewhere in that area, right. You know the wall where the cross is?
The wall,
in
yes,
the cemetery?
yes.
Behind there used to be the that's where I know the
at the back of the pantry? At the back of the pantry?
Yeah, but we were right
by
on
the
wall
by
the wall. The cemetery.
By the big
and
cross,
we had a little kitchen where we used to do cooking.
Well, the different
we used to
be
learn
there
to
before.
roast peanuts. And so, and then later, as things started growing, Mommy and Teacher Rose and all of these people come together and start getting their ideas and following whatever guidelines guiding set down. They would send us to different places. We used to go to cooking by Mrs. Larrock. We had to go to knitting by Mrs. Burton, Burton and Company. Their mom used to be the one doing the knitting. Then we used to go by Silla, and Silla for right by the cenotaph. She was the one doing sewing. So when you became a guide at 11, and you had to go from the guiding started in September when school opened. and you had to go from October all the way to May before exam. So a whole year they would teach us to work on different things. And that is the connection to the creche. Because even last time when I think I called, you asked about the social center, and I got a little distracted when Tropicrafts came in. But as soon as you mentioned the creche, I say, oh, I don't know if you know, but the whole top of the creche was daycare center. And the creche to me was a top-notch daycare center. They had the nurses and the people. Look at the people that work there. And look at the lives they shape. And that is where I tell you I know little Robbie Tom, because I had to dress him. His brother Kim. And the kids, they started as babies, and then they would go promote. So now I know it later became a school, like a kindergarten. And that part of it to me, when I was home, that wasn't there. But I know about that because Deborah Charles and I, of course, we grew up together because 4 of the Brownies that from Goodwill, when Goodwill closed down, 4 of us had to walk down to Brownie meeting every day. It was Dolores Charles, Valley Charles, my sister, and I. We were the 4 little, we used to walk down to the Roseville to Brownie meeting, and we stayed in Brownies Guides Rangers right through because Brownies in Goodwill had shut down. But Teacher Rose was always a part of my life because I know Teacher Rose before I even know myself.
Thanks.
So that was the contribution I wanted to make about the creche.
Yes.
And even a lot more went on in the social center too, because you're on the other side of the social center, close to the part close to Tropicraft, where Sister Alicia used to park her car. Remember I said guys used to always have tea parties up there. And one of the things I remember, before Dominica became independent, they used to have awards coming from England. It used to be the OBE, Order of the British Empire, and MBE, Members of the British Empire. And they would give those things usually during 3rd November drilling in the station. But sometimes the odd time in the year, if somebody got the award, they would give that award upstairs in the social center. And I always remember a Sunday night. I don't know if I guess it's because of Guy Dean and all this British, the colonial stuff. I remember Mr. Crispin Sorrento getting his, I don't know if he's an OBE or an MBE, but he getting his award upstairs in the social center. And I know because we were there, and remember I told you, his older daughter Betty and I were best friends from buddies since I was about 4 or 5 years old. Because it's Betty that took me into Lakou Newton by Maboud to buy tambourine balls. So that was how I remember the social center and the creche part. Yeah, but anyway, that's my little spiel for the night, and I only called because you were talking about the creche. And I just said, oh, the creche to me is something very different when I was growing up, and it has evolved. Because look at the social center preschool today. I mean, it is one of the leading foundational education for early childhood in Dominica. But at the time when I was going into the social center, the school part wasn't there because the oldest kids we used to read to them and help them write their name and so, but not a structured preschool as I know it was. It was just a top-notch early childhood in the sense, but more like daycare before it evolved into the school part. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving me a few minutes.
No, I enjoy that.
Yeah, very interesting.
Enjoy that.
Very interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, then. Good night and
Yeah.
continue your program.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, good information.
Good
I'm bringing,
information, right? Have you ever been into that area?
in terms
when
of
they
crash.
had all the when they had these cradles there and people.
Well, I know my mom said to me, I can't recall at all, but my mom said to me that's where I went. To the crash. That's what it was called.
Yeah, I went there. I remember Deborah Charles working there with a few other ladies, and they had the school, sort of a preschool there. And of course, I saw some cradles was on a certain section of the building, but at that time they had moved some of them from upstairs to downstairs.
I know that as I was about to say that too, Brain, that the cradles, I know there are upstairs, quite a lot of cradles were upstairs. And also too, I would have seen quite a lot of cradles also downstairs.
They were downstairs, and they had playpens.
Right,
children
for children, yes.
They had swings there,
By the time, at that time, I think I would have seen children with the green tops and the khaki pants.
And I know at some point in time they started selling culinaries there. They are bix and saltfish or bix and corned beef at the front. Because I purchased it myself right there.
And Teacher Pat has been a part of this institution for a very long time.
That's right.
Edie Fermens, that's how I know her, Edie Fermens, that she too played a big role. And there was this lady, she's a Dover. I know her mom name was Cynthia Baffestate, Judith. Her name is Judith,
right.
Judith Dover. She too worked in at the center.
One of the things that she mentioned, the person's name she mentioned that's very dear in education, was Hilma Solomon. She spent quite a number of years teaching at the St. Martin's Primary School. I don't know whether you know Hilma Solomon.
Yes, she lives in Cox Street, right?
She used to live in Cox
Yeah,
Street.
she was a teacher at the St. Martin's School.
Yeah.
Tall, slim lady.
Yeah.
I think she was married to this guy that won Joseph Solomon.
But I don't know. I don't know whether she was. I know she's the sister of, we call him Marshall, the woodwork instructor, former woodwork instructor.
Martin Allen, yes. Because Martin himself lived on Upper Cox Street many years ago.
You have a caller?
Yeah. Yes. Let's see what the caller has to say. Good evening.
Yes, Cecil. You know where the crash is now? That is the second place. The first crash was opposite the police station. You see where they are that see the end of the road there before I go down to that street before the police station there.
Bath Road?
No, between Bath Road and what is the name?
Boyd's Avenue?
Street.
Boyd's
That
Avenue?
building that operating there.
What's that?
The building that operating right in the end there.
Where? Give us.
Between Bath Road and going on to King George V Street there. That building they have a
Valley Road? Valley Road?
And Valley Road, not on Valley Road. On King George V Street and Bath Road.
King
That
George
house
V
in the
Street
corner
and
there.
Bath Road.
They have a business there. What's his name?
Oh, you're talking about where the Astafan fella had the shop?
Yeah. That building there. That's where the crash was at first.
Okay.
Before they build that building there. That's where it was. Upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what he's talking about, Cecil?
No, I'm trying to get
Where
the picture.
they have a business there, opposite to
Yeah.
the police
Upstairs it
station.
was. That was in the 50s.
At the corner there where people normally stand to wait for transport going up to Bath Estate.
Yeah, that
Are
building
you
was
talking where Dr. Alport used to be?
Around
No,
no. Where what's it? What's that? Who used to be there now? I'm trying to
You're
get
talking about close to Ham Green?
Astafan Soli place, you know?
Astafan Soli place.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Are you talking on King George V Street?
King George
And
V
Bath
Street,
Road.
right?
And that
King
corner
George
there.
Bath Street. The place I know is where Hara Agency used to
Hara
be.
Agency, that's right.
Same name.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is where the crash was upstairs.
Ah.
Before they moved over there. After they built the building, then they went to the building. So the handcraft is a tropical craft. Where it was inside the St. Martin School, where the vocational girls now have the classes, that's where it was at first.
Someone just said that to me. Someone just said that the first crash was at the building where Hara Agencies was.
Definitely
It was
true.
called Infant Jesus Nursery.
Yeah.
All right. That is true.
That's
So
good
you got
history.
information, that's good
See the
history.
importance of the Lakou?
Yeah.
It was called Infant Jesus Nursery.
Okay.
But you
Wow.
remember the non-sat control.
Infant Jesus, yeah.
And that is where the Klim started, you know, I think. Klim would have started from there. Yeah, that's where Klim started.
Yeah.
That's where people would have given their children, or parents, sorry, Klim for their children.
In that
That's what I
upstairs
understood,
there.
yeah.
And UNICEF.
UNICEF.
Yeah.
But you're old enough, man.
Well,
This guy is 85, you know.
You're 85 years, man.
This guy is 85. Is that correct to say?
I?
You're 85, right?
No, I'm not 85 yet, man. I 80 going up.
You're 80.
Okay, but your memory is
You're
still
not far from
good.
85.
Your memory is still good.
Yeah, thanks.
That's true, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you know him, you know. That's
I know the
Popo.
man. He used to
Yeah,
have the
Popo.
ball on his head, man.
Yeah, he used to
Footballer,
play, he used to have whole
Defender.
Yes.
He always used to be practicing in the gardens. I know him, a great defender.
So yes, so So I would have gone to the Quesh, and from the Quesh, the next place you would have had to go would be Teacher Rose. We live very close to Teacher Rose.
So you went to Teacher Rose.
Very, very close to Teacher Rose, and then the Rosa Boys School. Okay. Sorry, the Rosa Mixing Fan School. So that's how I started mine. I don't know about you.
Yeah, but before that, it's very important that you go back a little bit, because elementary or primary education, what was the main thing? That the teaching of the 3 R's. And what were they? Reading, writing, and arithmetic. And as early as the 1920, it was the Education Code, which included the teaching of geography, history, hygiene, elementary science, moral education.
You're talking about preschool?
No, I'm talking about the elementary education as
okay.
a whole.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was structured. But here is the infants were in stage 1, stage 2.
Stage or standard?
Stage 1.
Stage 1.
Stage 2.
Uh-huh.
Stage 3. That were the juniors.
Oh, okay.
And then you go to
standard 1, standard 2, yes.
Standard 2.
So when you
standard 3.
Right. No, you're correct.
And standard
so
4.
So when you studied in Rosa Mixing Fan School, it was stage 1.
Stage 1.
Stage 2 in the middle class.
Yeah.
Stage 3 would be either by the principal's office
That's
or
right.
the veranda.
Yeah.
And then you studied in standard
1.
No, standard 2 at the standard 2 at the Rosa Girls School. For us boys in Rosa.
Yeah.
All right. So standard 2, we studied in standard 2 in Rosa Girls School.
Yeah.
So we had standard 2A and standard 2B.
Then standard 3, you still
and
had the
then
Rosa
standard
Girls
3, standard 3A, B, C, and I think sometimes D.
You still at Rosa Girls School?
Still at Rosa Girls School as a boy.
As a boy. Standard 4 now.
Standard 4, you then have to go to the Rosa Boys School.
Or the Chateau.
So, well, in your time, you went to the Chateau.
I went to the Chateau.
In my time, I went to the Rosa Boys School. Some guys actually had to go when they were building the Rosa Boys School.
Right.
So some guys would have gone to the Rosa. No, they went to the Goodwill Primary School.
Right. Now let me tell you where the Chateau was. Do you know where the Chateau was?
Where the Wesley High School is.
Yeah,
where the old Wesley High School is on Hillsborough Street.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That building is still there today.
So we used to call it the Rosa Senior Boys School. Rosa Senior Boys School.
But let's go back a bit. I think it will help in getting people to have a greater understanding as to what we're talking about. So boys who went to boys who went to school in Rosa, in particular, all right. So you had Rosa Central, you had Newton, and you also had Goodwill. So Newton had a Rosa Boys School also. I would just remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the boys' school that we are talking about in Newton is close to the Newton Savannah.
That old school there.
That old building now.
Old building.
It's no longer a boys' school. All right. So that building, that long building that you see right across the Newton Savannah, that was the Newton Boys School.
That Newton Boys.
All right. But at the same time, I'm not so sure at what stage that so many boys came to the Rosa Boys School in Rosa.
Well, that's the new building, the old grammar school.
That is the old grammar school and the new building. So you had the old grammar school onto the northern side with the rest of the new part, where you had standard 4 up to first form.
Mm-hmm. Who did you meet there, Froggy?
So in my time when I went to Rosa Boys School, I met Froggy. I met Mr. Edwards. So okay. Mr. Edwards was the principal.
Better known as Froggy.
But before we come into the Rosa aspect of it, Rosa Central aspect of it, it is good to remind, as I said, people that there was the Newton Boys School.
What's the principal there?
I don't know, because I didn't go to that school.
Miss Amsel's wife.
Oh, Mrs. Ansem.
Mrs. Amsel
was the principal at
I remember her as principal
at that school in Newton.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the Goodwill Primary School. That's how it was called. It wasn't called the Rosa Boys School. It was called the Goodwill Primary School because both boys and girls went there.
Well, the principal there at the time was Belgrave Robinson. Belgrave Robinson was the first principal at the Goodwill Primary School.
So you had students from Fonkole, Upper Goodwill, Centre Roma, Pottersville, that Goodwill catchment area had all of those boys.
They didn't call it the Goodwill Primary School. They called it the Goodwill Junior High School.
The Goodwill Junior
High School. That's what's the name of it. Which
swear,
the Canadians
I
did.
swear in my time going to school, after it was built by the Canadian.
They called it the Goodwill Junior High School.
Okay.
Because I worked there. It was opened in 1965.
So when it was opened in 1965, it was always called Junior High School?
The Goodwill Junior High School.
Okay. Well, I didn't go there, so I don't. So I always thought it was the Goodwill
Primary School.
Primary
No,
School.
it was called
Goodwill Primary
Junior
School.
High School.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I wonder why the Goodwill Junior High School.
Well, basically, it was called a junior high school because they had technical and vocational skills there as well. They had home economics, they had woodwork. These were the two skills I knew they had.
But in Rosa Boys School, when I went to Rosa Boys School, there was also woodwork. I did woodwork at Rosa Boys School.
José John?
No, I did Mr. John.
Mr. John.
And how you call this? A Peace Corps volunteer.
Okay.
The Peace Corps volunteer was name was Philip. He actually helped us to do. So I do not understand why would they call Goodwill Junior High School.
It was Goodwill Junior High School because it was a modern school built by the Canadians.
Okay.
And basically, you had the senior principal, Belgrave Robinson. You had the senior section, the entire school, and then you had a junior section as well. Quite a number of people.
And it was a very big school.
Very big, very, very, very.
It was a very big school that
big
housed, as I said, people from Center Roma. And see that, while we know that quite a number of children went to the convent prep, you had quite a number of children from the Center Roma area, like the Lawrences, Scobie Lawrence and Bull Lawrence. They would have gone to the Goodwill Junior High School, But and then they would have met students from as I said, Fonkole. Those days didn't have stock farm like we have now. Stock farm, there was stock farm, but it was basically a place for
cows,
for cows and so on. The prison, and there was another for cows and something else, another animal. I'm trying to remember. Goats?
Well, I know. Basically, it was the area where you get your milk from.
Right.
Basically, cows.
Yes.
And you had some pigs in the area as well.
Pigs, that's correct. I know that there's another animal in that area. So before the houses found themselves there, it was actually place for animals.
Animals, yes.
Right. And you had the prison there at the same time.
And where you have the playing field now, the football field.
Yes.
With the turf, artificial turf, that was the area where you had the cows.
Yes.
That was a farm. So people, would go up there for their milk and so
on. And that would have stopped way back in, I think, the late 80s into the 90s.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. So we would have seen cows and...
No, they started to use the area for housing.
Yes. And that's when they started building the houses in the area.
Right, Eugenia Charles started that housing scheme.
That's correct. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening.
How are you all doing tonight?
Good, man.
I'm doing great, thanks God.
Good, very good.
Okay. I know you were talking about preschool right now, right?
Yes.
But can I go back and ask a few questions?
Go ahead.
Okay. There is a caller earlier on who called and he said, were we like that in Africa? But he did not explain himself. But with my 2 cents, I'm thinking maybe he was talking about division, and I remember, I think like three Sundays ago, we were talking about religion and politics. So I was thinking, like, when I was growing up, excuse me, people were more together. They supported each other. They worked with each other. If your neighbor didn't have a hand of banana and you had it, you would share. But I'm thinking presently, I'm looking at the way things are back home. There is a lot of division at home. And from what I am hearing, is like a lot of people cannot even speak in public concerning the things that, are not going well in the country.
Caller. Everyone has a view, everyone has an opinion. And
right.
That is not totally accurate to make a blanket statement, because you're making an open blanket statement when you say that people don't have.
I didn't say people. I said a lot of people. I did not say the whole population.
When you say a lot of people, what do you say? That's what I'm asking.
Well, because of what is going on the island, I'm not at home, but I listen to the news and I listen to, other people on the radio. All right. And this is what I am hearing sometimes, that people cannot speak in public because they are afraid.
No, that's not correct.
Some people.
No, that's not correct, man.
Some people.
No, that's not correct.
Anyone who doesn't want to speak in public, that person has his own opinion.
You can speak how you want to.
And I don't think it is a fair assessment to say that because earlier on you said people. You said most people. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm saying that if some people do not want to speak, like in every society, in the United States where you are now, some people do not want to speak because they are fearful as to what the ICE might do. I am saying that some persons prefer to hold their opinion to themselves.
No, man. But I can tell you, Madam, that in Dominica you have free expression, because basically some of the things that I hear on certain radio stations, and I would not mention them, and sometimes I say, but this is not right. Some of the things that they say, because sometimes these things are not true at all. I read the newspaper, the Sun newspaper expresses its opinion. I read the Sun newspaper. There's the Chronicle, I read it too. There's Q95, I listen to it. There's Kyrie FM, I listen to it. There's DBS, I listen to it. So people can express their opinion. And I don't believe that's a fair assessment where people are saying, you cannot speak as though you're in some communist country. No, you can speak your opinion.
All right, so let me ask a question. Like March of last year, right? Some people were protesting. They did not carry arms. They, from what I saw in the video, were quiet. Maybe were talking. I saw someone pushing a barricade. But why, like when people come out to voice their opinion, why are they arrested?
Caller, let me ask you the question. Why some people are arrested in the United States when they themselves go out there in the public to express their views? It's not just about expressing your views, it's the things that you would do sometimes. So you made the point that someone pushed the barricade. You have the police officers who have to protect not just the people who are on protest, because they're also protecting them and securing them, but also the larger public. So it's not a fair assessment to stay where you are and to make that assessment or assumption as to how we live in Dominica. I don't know where you get your information, because you said the news said that. I don't know which news I would tell you what you have just said.
Cecil, you might call it an assumption, because we all belong to a party, right? And definitely we will talk on behalf of who we support, But people were taken, in handcuffs. I mean, why?
Come on, caller. I think you're not real. There. Caller, you're not real. Let me just tell you, you're not real. I'm sorry I want to be upfront with you. You're not real. You don't live here, so you do not understand what happens or what is going on. So it's not a true and a fair assessment to make that kind of statement. I mean, come on. You think I'm going to walk down the road and a police officer is going to arrest me?
Yeah, man. No, man. You are free expression.
You think you're going to come to Dominica and you say you do not like a particular thing that people are going to arrest you?
Man, you can see if you do like something, man.
Would it be fair? But would it be fair if I come to your home, or would it be fair if I meet you on the roadside and I say, you see that woman, I'm going to give you a volley? How would you take this? You take it as a threat, right?
Yes.
What
that is a
right?
if the woman is not doing anything,
Mm-hmm.
why would you say?
No. That's the point.
Well, that's
that
the
is the
point,
point I'm
that's the
making.
point.
If someone sees you and make a threatening statement to you, what would you do? What next would you do?
You'd complain.
You would go to the force. You'd go
make
to the
a complaint,
police
you make a
to make a complaint. What would the police do?
No.
The police would come to the individual to ask why.
Why are you doing that?
Cecil, let's be frank, Cecil.
I want to be frank
You
with you.
know, the what is developing in Dominica
What is developing?
or over the years,
What is developing?
you know, has
What is developing?
brought a lot of listen.
No, I'm asking you a question. You say what is? No. I'm asking you a question. I like to challenge people. What is developing?
What is developing?
I was listening to you when you were talking, but you were talking over me. And you do it to Brain sometimes. Sometimes when Brain is talking, let him talk.
My sister, say what you
You
have
know,
to say.
don't
Say what
do
you
that.
say.
Say what you have to say.
Listen.
Say what you have to
Make
say.
your
I ask you a question
point.
and need you answer me.
Go ahead, make your point. Make your point.
So, you know, what I am asking is,
Ask your
haven't we
questions. Ask your
seen
questions.
more? Haven't we seen more division as the years go by than like in the 70s? And even the Prime Minister said he was not going to run anymore last year. He said that.
My
So
lady,
it's a lie.
my lady, can I answer you? Can I give an answer? In the 70s, the reason why E.O. Libla left politics is because it was not a very nice environment. In the 70s, we saw certain things happen. We saw 79. We know what happened in 79. In the 80s, we saw what happened until some people had to be hung. We know what happened. And so we can continue the history. It is not a fair assessment of your findings to be very condescending. I'd want to say to you, that's how I look at what you're saying, to say that in Dominica we are not able to speak. I mean, come on. If you go and you read Facebook now, you'd see the people that are challenging you. You see the people that are challenging you.
They can challenge me. Everybody has an
When
opinion.
last were you in Dominica?
Does that matter?
It does matter. To justify your facts. To justify your facts.
No, Cecil, I am not there in person. Why do you give the news? So people who are abroad will listen to you, right?
I am saying to you which news I'm saying that you're listening to that speaks about people are not able to speak in Dominica.
Let me just give you my views quickly. You see, we have to be very careful with the news that we read. If you look at the news, if for instance you look at CNN, NBC, ABC, even Al Jazeera, you notice that they don't always give you the objective news. So you have to be very careful which news you listen to and how you analyze your news. Of course, there are opposition forces which will have their own agenda. There'll be government forces who have their own agenda. So you have to be able to be objective in the way you think in terms of your analysis. So I would tell you that the analysis is not correct because there's free expression in the country. The free expression, you can express yourself.
Can I just read something that someone said to you? The lady knows exactly what she wants to say. These protesters broke the law last March, and she knows it. A lot of protesters in America are arrested when law is broken. That's what someone just said to you.
Cecil, that's what politics does.
I'm not talking about politics. You trying to no, but you are trying to bring politics into the discussion. I have no time for the politics.
Politics that has us divided.
Let me just tell you.
Divided as a nation.
The church has had us divided too. The church has had us divided too.
Let me make my final point to you. You made the broad statement that people are more divided in Dominica now. There's not only politics that causes that. Religion causes that. People's affluence causes that. The whole social dynamics has shifted. And so in the 1920s, 40s, 50s, the society was more together. But with the advent of persons gaining more and having more, it has brought a certain shift. So that is not because of only politics. Also, social dynamics has changed. And, we're not the same as we used to be in terms of a cohesive force. If you say that, I will agree with you. But
But I did say that.
don't
I
make
did
politics
say
be
that
the, don't make politics be the broad base of the division. No.
I did mention politics and religion the last time, like 3 or 4 Sundays ago, and you all were not in favor of me saying that. But at the end, you came and you repeated that. You know, I know it is politics and religion doing that. You know, so were we not religious before? Yes.
But we could go on with the discussion for a whole hour and more. But the fact is that the social dynamics, we have to understand that. We're a small population. Obviously, we'll have our political differences. But we have not reached the stage of political hate. We still love all. Even if a person will say, Bam Liba, or another person will say UWP, another person will say I'm Freedom, or some person will say I'm 7 days. We're still a small population, man. We still love our people, man. We have our differences, but at the end of the day, we still love each other, man.
I like to invite you to Dominica. I suspect you have not been to Dominica. You have not been to Dominica for a very long time. I'm giving you an invitation to come to Dominica.
And see the country, man.
How long was I there?
I asked you the question.
How long was I there?
No, but I asked you the question.
I
asked you the question a while ago, and you didn't answer something.
I know.
So I'm extending an invitation to you.
Come on,
right?
But listen.
Yes.
Listen.
So when you were there the last time, you couldn't speak.
You couldn't speak.
That, you all know exactly what I am saying.
I don't know what you're exactly saying. Say what you want to say.
Exactly.
Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say.
Both of you belong to a political party, and you have to talk on behalf of your party.
I am saying to you, you two belong to a political party, and you are talking on behalf of your political party.
Yes.
Don't try to make me think like I'm talking about a political party. I have not done that yet.
No,
you are the one who made a statement, and I'm asking questions.
But you're very
simple thing I'm doing is asking you questions.
Yeah.
I have not defended no political party on the issue. I have not done that.
You are.
Anyway, have a nice evening. Have a nice evening.
Wait. I have another question.
Go with your other question.
The next thing you'll tell me. Hang on. The next thing you'll tell me, and I just put it. You will now come and tell us that Mr. Scary there too long. You don't reach that point yet, but I suspect you want to tell me that too.
But you know that.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Hold on. Let me ask my other question.
Your final point.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Final point.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yes.
So I heard Cecil say. I heard Cecil said that most of the people who were sold into slavery.
We shift now our topic, man. I give an opportunity to talk about. We're talking about preschool. I talk about come back to slavery again.
But remember, I asked you a question.
We're talking about the creche and school. You just shifted our topic and come to politics and religion. You're going to talk about slavery. Man, the technique you have, man, this evening.
Cecil.
Yes.
Cecil, calm down.
I'm very calm. I'm even laughing.
Before I started talking, I asked you, can I go? And I said, I know you were talking about preschool, but can I go back and ask questions? You said, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, ask us about Africa now. Go quickly, so we can wind up.
Anyway, the other lady took a long time to talk, so let me ask my last question.
She was giving us relevant information in reference to the question. We were talking about question.
Ask your last question.
But you don't like my style.
No, I don't like your style.
Ask your last question.
Not the first time you call in, and when you call and we're speaking about slavery, I allow you to say all what you have to say. So why would you say that tonight? Anyway, go ahead.
Ask your last question. You're an interesting person. Ask your last question.
Anyway, go ahead, call her. We're still good friends.
I think Cecil said most people who were sold were in prison. But there is a brother named Dr. John Henry Clark. He was talking about self-determination, and he said that oppressed people must be the main instruments of their own liberation, and warned against relying on the political ideologies of their former oppressors. You see? And even somebody else said that some of the people, there was a difference between the people who were slaves in Africa and the enslaved Africans who were brought to the Caribbean. So he said that chattel slavery was different from slavery on the continent, because chattel slavery was forever or for however long. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Okay, have a good night.
And you yourself have a very good night. Pleasure being with you.
Pleasure speaking with you.
Yes, yes.
We didn't want to have anything political, and that's why I was trying to guide myself, Let's go to the caller quickly. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. I'm sorry, let's call back.
Could you call back?
Yes. So coming back to our education, as we were saying at the Rosa Boys School, I saw someone ask earlier on that, said earlier on that they thought that the Rosa Boys School was just in Newtown. There was the Rosa Boys School, and there was also the Newtown Boys School. Let's go back to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, thank you very much for ending that conversation. Only just hear our little Lakou thing with our back to school, our growth and our development from preschool and boys' school. We was getting and the other lady, sorry, because the other lady was very instrumental. She gave us a lot of history about the back age of school and where the school was and how it was. So she comes political. This is not a political show.
True.
It's supposed to learn what has grown us and advanced and how we call it. How they call it? It's making me lose my words now.
Don't lose your words.
Elevated us from the Lakou, from our little days to our now.
Right.
So please, let us stay on that point. When somebody come with all that,
You see,
just
caller.
thank
I
you very
didn't
much.
want to cut her off for persons to say that she.
You can do it professionally. You professionally now. Don't try that, ma'am. Do like Oprah.
All right, then. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we were saying that someone was saying that they thought that only the Newtown. They thought that only Newtown had a Rosa Boys School.
No.
But there was also the Rosa Boys School.
There was the Rosa Boys School in the old grammar school, of which Mr. Edwards was the principal. We also had a section of it where Dennis Joseph taught there as well. Dennis Joseph was a teacher at the Rosa Boys School when it was at the old grammar school. Because I remember I was going to the Chateau and he was a teacher there. At the Rosa Boys. Also the fellow Mr. Gist, who played in the Gaylord's Power Union, was there. Chris was also a teacher there at the Rosa Boys School. At that time, it was not Mr. Edwards was the principal. His name, he was a man who enjoyed playing. Mr. Richards was the principal at the Rosa Boys School at the time when I went to the Chateau, because my principal at the Chateau there was Mr. Peter Israel, when Mr. Richards was the principal at the Rosa Boys School.
So that's good information. So you said earlier on that the Rosa Boys School in Newtown, headed by Mrs. Ansem, that is the wife of Mr. Ansem, yes, of the Labour Party. Then you had Hostel Ansem for persons who are trying to know, and then you had the Rosa Boys School in where the school presently is, the All Saints University is.
Yeah, the All Saints.
That's where it was, and at that time you had students coming from Trafalgar, Forcani coming to the Rosa Boys School in Roseau. You had the boys from around Roseau and some boys in Newtown.
Right.
So you had a lot of boys in Newtown going to that school.
Right.
So you find guys from the Bath Road at the time, Queen Mary Street, that whole to the bridge,
right,
to the river bank. So all that whole area, to include also Trafalgar, Watney Waven. You get students coming from those areas.
Right.
And as we said, yes, you're going to say
I'm
something.
going to say, very interesting that when you went to the Rosa Boys School, it was a top boys' school. Very, very, very prominent, and remember it, first of all, at the primary level for their prowess in football and also in cricket. They were very strong primary school. But it's also interesting to note that when you went to the Rosa Boys School, the one I remember was that Mr. Richards was a man who enjoyed playing his violin. Every Friday, we went across from Chateau, across to the Rosa Boys School there for us to sing. Now, what I notice now, the boys are not singing. Boys are not singing. The boys had to go, and you would have to go with a very high. Mr. Richards would tell you, do, do, and he had a tuning fork. And when you see Mr. hit that on the ground, and you see he tuned that in, you hear it, and then he take his violin, put that under his neck, and then you start playing, boy. You have to start singing. If you don't sing in the proper tone, licks on your tambourine whip on you, Cecil. You ever got the tambourine whip?
No, never did.
I got the tambourine whip.
You know, strange but true, I never get flogged at the Rosa Boys School.
I got flogged. Mr. Richards put a flogging on me.
I never get flogged.
Mr. Edwards loved to flog. He had
I fought a lot at the Rosa Boys School.
Froggy didn't put something on you?
No, I don't know. No. I cannot recall. I know that I never got flogged.
Oh boy, Froggy had a belt.
And I cannot even tell you what Froggy's office was. I know it was underneath by the tambourine tree. You know, close to the...
That's where he had
it. Was very close to the skills building, you know. The skills building, then Froggy office.
Right.
You know.
But he was waiting for fellas. And as soon as you enter in the area and you're late, he had a leather belt. And boy, you got that.
So the structure of the Rosa Boys School, when I went there, as you said, the side of the northern side,
right,
upstairs housed the second form and third form. So people like David Kentish and Emmanuel Loblack. I think Emmanuel Loblack taught second form. And second form, and there were 2 second forms, I think, and a third form. So you had David Kentish upstairs together with that of Mr.
Emmanuel Loblack.
Yeah, Emmanuel Loblack. I'm trying to figure out who was the teacher teaching in third form. It can't ring a bell now. But downstairs of that northern wing, you had 4D and 4C. So 4D was done by Mrs. Daramper, and 4C was done by Mr. Lionel Laura. Remember this guy from Pichler?
We used to call him Marco Laura.
We used to call him Marco Laura. Right, Marco Laura.
He had a very funny way of raising up his pants very high.
Very high.
His navel.
Yes.
And he had a way of spreading his wings as though he was doing the bird.
Right. Yeah. And he could sing well.
Yeah. Oh,
he too could sing well. Yeah, he could sing well. He was a member of the CUM church.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? Then you had on the southern wing, you had 4 standard 4A, 4B, and 4A and 4B. I remembered there was Miss Tavernier. If memory serves me right, Miss Tavernier. No, what is the wife of? I don't think her name was Tavernier. Sorry about that, listeners. I think the wife of this guy who used to. He's from Canefield. Maybe that call is going to help me on that. Let's see if that call is going to help me. Good evening.
Cecil, just a correction.
Mm-hmm.
Lionel Laurent was not from
Pichler?
Pichler. He was from Tetmon.
Tetmon. Okay, thanks for that.
Tetmon.
Thank you.
Tetmon.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, Tetmon. Yes.
Tetmon.
So he was from Tetmon.
But he was a character. Oh, he worked with me as well when I was a teacher. At
I do not know if he has passed.
I don't know.
You know. But he was one of the teachers that taught us at Rosa Boys School for common entrance in those days. Mm-hmm. He taught us common entrance in those days. So you had 5. Nigel himself, Nigel, who is always on connecting the dot, went to the Rosa Boys School. Himself and myself, we were in the same class. We were in the class of Miss Hamlet. You remember Miss Hamlet?
Yeah, I know Miss Hamlet.
Yes, she was in 5C at that time. You had 5C upstairs, 5C, 5A, and 5B. And to the western wing, you had upstairs Form 1, Form 2. You had 2 Form 1s and 2 Form 2. So you had Form 1A and Form 1B. Martin Luther taught Form 1A.
Martin, yes.
And you had Mr. Desmond Kalai.
Mm-hmm.
I think he taught Form 1B. And also Form 1B was taught by a guy from Collio. I'm trying to Mr. Linquent.
Mr. Linquent. That's the one that went off?
No, that is Grell. Grell taught one of the forms. One of the first forms, or Grell. Maybe Grell taught in the third form, maybe. I'm sure anyone listening to me who are going to Rosa Boys School are able to help. So that was.
What about that fella? He never taught you Ghost? He never taught there?
No, Ghost was long before me. You had Hartly. Hartly Richards. Hartly Richards taught at the time I went to Rosa Boys School. So you had, quite a number of men taught at the Rosa Boys School in those days. Quite a number of men. So I do not know if it's because they wanted men to really
men.
Be more astute. Actually, the person said the guy's name was Martin Linquent.
Mr. Linquent.
Yes, I know him as Mr. Linquent from Collio, And so that was the Rosa Boys School. In terms of the good.
Did you ever meet Mr. Boguno?
Mr. Boguno, yes. Mr. Boguno taught. Mr. Boguno was from Massac?
Yeah, Massac.
Mr. Boguno was from Massac.
Redskin fellow.
Yes. Mr. Boguno was from Massac. Someone said that Mr. Edward was also from Collio.
Mr. Edwards from Collio.
Mr. Edward was also from. He lived on Riverbank.
He lived on Riverbank.
Yes, he lived on Riverbank. No Riverbank?
Yeah, man.
No, River Street.
Well, right across.
Live on River
by
Street.
the new bridge there.
Yes, where the bridge now.
Right.
Where the bridge. That bridge. Yeah, that's where he lived. Yeah. So the Rosa Boys School in those days, as you said, were very sportish. So in terms of football and cricket, more guys played football than cricket at the Rosa Boys School in those days.
Did you ever join the Rosa Boys School? There was a time when the Rosa Boys School, after Hurricane David, joined us at the Goodwill Junior High School. So that's where I met guys like Kentish, Mr. Luther,
Wasn't
Froggy.
As I was saying, that before I went to the Rosa Boys School, I know guys actually went to the Goodwill School.
Yeah, they came there.
Right, that's before 79.
They were there in 79 after the hurricane.
Right, so I know I would have been at high school in 79.
Yeah. They came, I was there at the time when they arrived with Mr. Lou Black, Mr. Luther, our good friend, Mr. Laurent, Mr. Kentish. They came and joined us. So they spent about either a year or 2 years with us at the school.
Someone said, a Pelty person said that I worked at the Rosa Boys School when it was outside the ministry building with Mrs. Roberts. Help me, Brain.
Where she was?
The person said that I worked at the Rosa Boys School when it was outside the ministry building.
Oh,
with Mrs. Roberts.
Yeah, Miss Gertrude Roberts. At that time, the Rosa Boys School was a house where you had the health center, the Rosa Health Center, in a wooden building there. Mm-hmm. Miss Edwards came there. Not Miss Edwards, Miss, what's the name of the lady? Gertrude Roberts was the principal there, and then came Mr. Gentleman from Loda.
So just hold that.
Good night.
Good night.
Yes, don't forget, there was a fire at the Rosa Boys School, and that is when we transferred to the Goodwill School.
Yeah.
What year?
There's a fire. Don't forget, there's a fire. There was
a fire there. What year? You remember the year?
I can't remember, 68 or 69, somewhere around that. And then now, the boys up there, the Rosa Boys School, we transferred to
the Roseau, to the Goodwill that not the parish hall, but where they have the infant section now, the preschool now.
Yeah. Well, they came to meet us.
yes,
I know they came to meet us after the hurricane. Because that's where I met Luther.
Yeah, but no, it was because of a fire. They had a fire.
Well, maybe before the fire.
Yeah, I think before the...
Before the
Yes,
hurricane.
because I know, I think, if memory serves me right, I might have been...
You're talking about 69.
Oh, 69,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, right. Then we had the fire, and then from there, I was going there then, and then we transferred. I can remember some of the guys.
Okay.
Aaron Dalrymple, Israel Dalrymple, a few others. Norris guy, and then we transferred 2 years to the Goodwill after the fire.
But
That
I
was
know...
not hurricane.
No, well, I know in my time...
History, yes.
I know in my time, and I know that for a fact, that the boys and them came there after Hurricane David. I met them. They came to our school with Mr. Edwards.
Okay, David was 79.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Maybe they came earlier time.
Yes,
But
then that was before 70.
Okay.
The fire was either in 69 or 70
Okay.
at the Rosa Boys School, and as a result, a few weeks and we transferred to Goodwill.
Okay.
Yes,
All
that's
right.
a fact. Yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
10 years later. 17
Okay.
years.
Okay.
So, and again, thank you for cutting short this person want to put politics in our Lakou. I listen to Lakou every...
Well, we love her, man.
After a while, I switch off my radio.
No, man. We have to be tolerant.
Yeah, because
man.
Lakou, we talk about preschool, and this woman doesn't have the facts.
No, man.
So thank you again, yes, sir.
We have to
And
be
I think, as the
tolerant.
lady say, you have a what you call, as Oprah say, coupe.
Coupe,
Thank you very much.
you don't want to coupe cool.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very
man.
much, guys.
Yeah.
We love the lady, man. Don't worry about that.
No. Also, to Arthur Smith taught at the Rosa Boys School.
Yeah, Arthur Smith taught.
So that's why I said there were 2 first forms. There was Form 1B and Form 1A.
Well, let me give you a joke about...
Before you give me that joke, someone's on the telephone. Good evening.
I'll give you a joke.
Sorry,
after.
go ahead.
Well, Arthur Smith was started to play big man in the union, calling himself, was it General Secretary now, playing big man. And you did decide she going to brick stick on him. And he was transferred back to the Rosa Boys School. Do you know?
Repeat that again. I'm trying to process that.
Arthur Smith, may his soul rest in, he's dead now. He started playing big man in the union. And Eugenia decided, I'm going to brick stick on you. Go back to the Rosa Boys School. So he ended up back in the Rosa Boys School. Yeah, she brick stick on him. Those people talking about politics, boy, they don't know. They don't know.
So Marco 9, if you remember Marco 9.
Oh, yeah, Macmillan Pinard.
From Pottersville, Pinard.
Oh, yeah.
He too taught at the Rosa Boys School.
Yeah, Macmillan.
You know, he was a strict teacher.
Yeah.
I think he also taught in 3rd form.
He taught in 3rd form.
I think he taught in 5th form.
I also met him at Goodwill when he came across. He always comes every summer on holidays. He's a very good friend of your friend. They say Macmillan Pinard.
And we know we know that the school, Rosa Boys School, would have housed many young boys.
And what I would say, persons who went to the Rosa Boys School distinguished themselves on the national stage. Very strict school, very, very good school at the time, Cecil. Look at you. You've made yourself a prominent person on the national stage. And there are many other persons who went to the Rosa Boys School who, become very prominent in their positions.
I would have liked to know, in reference to the Newton Boys School, what was its composition like? We say Rosa Boys School, but I wonder if they were girls. Like we know, it was a girls' school.
No. Girls never went there.
Okay.
It was for boys.
All right. So only boys.
In the Chateau, we had only boys. In the Rosa Girls School.
So why would Rosa Girls School? Why would Rosa Girls School have boys and girls?
Well, I don't know.
And
mixed school had boys and girls.
it was just mixed school.
Yeah.
The name speaks for
Rosa
itself.
Girls School, we had boys.
You only get from standard 4 up, you get girls only at the Rosa Girls School. but you would have gotten boys from standard
one,
two.
standard two, and
No,
standard
standard two. I don't remember a standard one ever in. I know there was standard 2A, standard 2B,
right.
and then you had standard 3A, 3B,
3B,
3C, and 3D.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You have a caller?
Good evening to you, caller.
Cecil,
Yes.
when the new hospital was built, yeah, so the place was empty, the maternity was empty, and the mixed school didn't have enough space for the students. So what they do, they actually put a portion of the Rosa Mixed School in the Rosa Girls School. And the Rosa Girls School, where the new market is there now, that is where Rosa Girls School was. Before it was there, it was where the post office is there. And before the post office, it was the opposite the Barclays Bank, where the China downstairs there. That was first. It moved to the post office, then to very Maclesia, and then we emerged with the mixed school boys. Remember, mixed school was girls and boys. So that is what happened to have boys and girls in the. You understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, yes.
That's right, Nick.
Okay.
But Rosa Girls School never had no boys. It was a mixed school that had boys.
Okay.
So when they emerge, then come boys and girls.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Nice info. Thank you.
Nice info.
Thank you very much. Brain, football. 43 minutes and 4 seconds. England 2, Mexico 1.
Is the game over?
And the game is not over yet. I said 42 minutes and now 15 seconds. Mexico 1, England 2.
That's the first half.
That's the first half. And I said Mexico is going to win 2-0, and we give our rationale. And remember, I said the black guys would be able to do much more in terms of acclimatizing themselves with the condition. And we saw, I think it's Bellingham, who's a black guy from England, scoring both goals for England.
So we're only in the first half.
We're only in the first half.
Well, the game is still young.
Yes, still very young. So let's see what happens. Yes. So coming back to the schools, right? So in reference to Roseau, well, not Roseau, sorry, the Goodwill School, you would be able to give us much more information.
Well, at the Goodwill School, I arrived there in, I would say, 1995. Yeah. And we had quite a number of principals. In my time, we had Mr. Ronald Centile. I met him. I met Peter Augustine. I met Mr. Sebastian. And I met a gentleman from Delicis who was the principal when I arrived there. But after that, I had Mr. Sebastian, Wilfred Sebastian. And I met quite a number of teachers there.
Wilfred Sebastian from Colio?
Yeah, he was my principal. Later he became education officer of the North, and I succeeded him as education officer of the North when he became chief education officer. He became chief education officer. So we had a whole set of, we had the first form, second form, third form, and we had which is known as GSP up at the Goodwill School, where I met Steve Hyacinth. And from there, we formed the New Dimension Theatre.
But before you go there, Brain, I can't recall ever when going to primary school that we found ourselves having so many books. I remember just going with our exercise books in a plastic and pencil and pen and geometry set.
Well, nowadays, I mean, if you are in infant school and you don't have waist pain, when I say waist pain, because of the amount of books you have on your back. Very small. But in my days, as you rightly pointed out, we had our slate and our slate pencil, half an exercise book, a piece of pencil for us to go to school, and maybe our books at primary school would be our dictionary, either Oxford, Webster, our student companion, our callings atlas, our geometry set. That's what we had. Right now, you have all books for all types of subjects: maths, English, science, social studies, But in my days, we had those books at primary school going into our common entrance. Right? Let me just tell you what it was. Our student companion, I don't see them anymore. Our Oxford or Webster Dictionary. Right? Our Callings Atlas. Our geometry set. That's it.
Yes, and I like the fact that you were able to mention the books that we used. The importance of the you said we had the
Callings Atlas.
The student companion. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. The student companion. The student companion was very, very important. It dealt with the whole issue of English. It dealt with the issue of the capitals of the world, population. Also, to the Atlas dealt with it, and it gave us, how you call this,
information we needed in terms of capitals of countries, population, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, proverbs, all those things we look forward to
in the student companion. Yes. It was a very vital book for every student.
Every student, you had to have that.
And we would have our atlas.
That's right.
And our atlas most times would bring them on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to school.
Yeah.
Because on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday we would do civics.
Well, civics. I know in my time we did geography. So we look basically for capitals of the world. We studied the continents, the oceans of the world.
Did we call it geography at that time? Because I didn't know geography until I was high school.
Well, no, I knew it at primary school. My teachers would say, we're going to teach you a lesson. Well, we didn't know it as social studies.
Yes.
We didn't know it as social studies. We knew it as geography.
Right.
Because as I told you, in the old school, here is what the subjects were. I know what you're talking about. We call it general knowledge.
That's what I know. General knowledge. We didn't use it with geography.
Right. So you had English, arithmetic, and reading comprehension and general knowledge. So you're right. You're right. And later would include questions on civics, geography, history, hygiene, and elementary science. All right?
So you did a little bit of history in primary school?
Yes.
Okay.
And the federal inspector, when in old days, would take the papers of the pupils of the 7th standard to his headquarters in Antigua. Now, before that, when you do your school leaving certificate, if you did well, you'd probably become a teacher. This was a valuable credential for becoming a pupil teacher.
No, that's important.
A nurse or a policeman.
That is important to say. That's very important to say, and I would like you to repeat it.
The successful students will be awarded a Standard 7 certificate. The pupils of Standard 7 would undergo a written academic test in English, arithmetic and reading comprehension, and the general knowledge. The latter would include questions on civics, geography, history, hygiene, and elementary science. The federal inspector would take away the papers of the pupil of the 7th standard to his headquarters in Antigua. The successful students would be awarded a Standard 7 certificate. This was a valuable credential for becoming a pupil teacher, a nurse, or policeman. So it's how important primary school was.
So primary school was that important where you could
get a Standard 7 certificate,
and then you can become a police officer or any public officer.
Yes. A teacher,
and a teacher,
or a policeman.
Wow!
And those papers would be marked in Antigua.
Not in Dominica.
No. So that's how elementary education was so highly rated at the time.
So you had many times teachers who did not go to high schools actually were in fit form.
Yeah, Miss Bruni did not go to high school. I know she did not go to high school. Some of my teachers who taught me at Standard 5 never went to high school. They did their pupil 1, pupil 2, the teachers 1, teachers 2, teachers 3 papers.
Would you think that in that period that high school was for a particular class, not just the intelligent?
Well, yeah, you had to have certain educational abilities, and your name made a great difference in terms of your allocation of a secondary place. Right now, students are very fortunate, Everybody going, Right now, when you hear about the national certificate, grade 6, everybody goes to secondary schools, Cecil.
Once upon a time, it was a selected few.
Yeah.
A selected few
would enter.
Would have entered.
So they're very fortunate. We have a caller.
Good evening.
It wasn't for higher class, It was for who can afford it. Because my brother had a double standard certificate from the Rosa Boys School. And my mother couldn't afford it to send to high school. Yet still, my sister was the deputy principal in the St. Martin School. She didn't go to high school. Although my brother had his certificate, double standard, and she couldn't afford to send him. So poverty had us down.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You heard what the caller said, that his sister did not go to high school, but she was able to be
the deputy
principal of the St. Martin's School.
Wow.
It's sometimes it's about economics. You would have with quite a number of children, or people say that they would have passed common entrance, but could not afford to go to high school.
Couldn't afford.
Yes.
And that's the important thing. We have a caller?
Yes. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Cecil,
Yes.
are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing
you. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
You and great program. Just a little touch up. We were talking about the boys' school at Newton, and then we came to Rosewood. I can recall during my days at school, I still happens up to this present day, that I sat in the same classes with, as far as when Michelle lived there, Scotland and so forth. That's for sure. So they came as far as south and came down to the boys' school. And for your further information, the name of the teacher was Mr. Liquens. It was Mr. Daniel Joseph from Cooley District.
No, in my time, sorry, caller, sorry. In my time, we had a liquid from Hollywood.
Mr. Williams, who was the retired or the ex-law enforcement officer. Especially during my days when I went to boys' school, we had wonderful teachers. Just to name a few, we had Ashley, we had Alan Stisha, we had David Lair, we had Mr. Aranco. Even Billy Morner, who taught in a special section.
Miss Dr. Trove.
But I'm occupied now at home, so I'm just giving a little welcome. But I'm listening. Take care. God bless.
Thank you.
Yeah, Miss Doctor.
Yes, so you had
Billy's mother.
So you had some good teachers, and I'm sure you would be able to outline some of the teachers. I gave some of the names that
I gave some of the names. Steve Hyacinth, we had him. We had, for instance, Miss Roll. We had Miss Henderson, Mr. J.K. Henderson's wife. We had Martin Allen. We had Mr. Nicholas. We had Mr. Robbie Michel. And we had a few other teachers whose name cannot come to mind at this time. But it was very exciting. We had this woman, Nema Joseph, taught with me as well.
Mm-hmm. Music?
No.
Okay.
She taught Standard 3.
Okay.
Right. So I remember. Then we had our good friend, Mr. Laura, taught with me as well. Because he was transferred to the Goodwill School. He taught there with me. Mr. LeBlanc taught with me. Eventually went across to our school, so he taught with me as well for quite a number of years. We were the ones responsible for discipline. Mr. LeBlanc, myself.
Mr. LeBlanc could have started teaching at a very young age.
Yeah, he started, as soon as he left, I think he left the academy. He first studied at the Rosa Boys School, and he then came across to meet us. So I taught with him. He taught Form 2. He taught Form 2. I taught Form 3. Mr. Hassan taught Form 3. Steve Hassan. Also Mr. Centilier. Merlin Centilier taught with me too.
At Goodwill School.
And from there, whilst he was at Goodwill School, he wrote the song "The Young and the Restless," and he became the Calypso King. You know, so he was a very good teacher as well.
No. In that period, Brain, what was the relationship between the students? I'm talking about Goodwill School. The students of, let's say, the Fonkole area, because in that period, when you taught at the Goodwill School, Fonkole was called the Vietnam of the communities. What was the kind of relationship that you and parents and maybe the children would have had?
Well, we had good relationships with them. I mean, like every society or every little community, you have your little waywardness. So we had a few tough guys from Fonkole. We had some from Betong. We had some from down in Pottersville and down in not in the Gotha area. But they were very interesting. We had some tough one. We had to discipline them.
Fights? What about fights?
Oh, well, not as often as you would imagine you would have had. But in terms of discipline, we had to put them in check. Because we had some tough guys there as well, like Mr. LeBlanc, Steve Hyson, Merlin Centilier. You know, we had a core of fellas where they couldn't escape.
So at that period, what would have been the age range of the teachers, and what sex of teachers would you have had in that, period?
We had quite a number of female teachers. There was a balance between male and females. Would have had more females than males. We had the morning session and the afternoon session. And the deputies at the time, they were females. In the afternoon session, we had Miss how I call it? Her name not coming to mind. In the morning, we had Miss Rule. Miss Henderson was in charge of the afternoon session in my time. And then at a certain section, Steve Hyson was the man in charge of the technical and vocational section. So we went across again to the TVET section from the GSP.
No. I know as a boy going to school, you had, let's use a common Lakou term, we had a lot of tobacks. On your register, would you have seen quite a lot of that on in the afternoons on Wednesdays and Fridays more in particular?
Couldn't happen.
Couldn't?
No, boy. We were tough. You had to give reasons why you're not at school, you know. You could miss your class if you inform 1, 2, or 3. I know in my section, you had to come to school because we made it very known to you that education is your gateway to the future. So you would not dare think of absenting yourself. I remember we had some tough boys. Hey, boys, we used to call them boys. They were tough, but we had to be tough like. You remember the boys they called the Cow Brothers, the Dover Brothers?
Yes, Dover Brothers.
Man. We had another tough guy. Me and him exchanged some words today. You remember the famous Barnell?
Yes, Barnell Joseph.
Oh, my goodness, man.
You mean Barnell's terrible at school?
Yeah, man.
Barnell Joseph?
Yeah, and Job.
You serious?
Yeah, they were my students.
Those guys were terrible?
Boy, Barnell was not an easy fella, no?
I don't believe that.
Man, Barnell was not an easy fella. And also we had that fella, Delving Esprit.
Jabon was tough?
He was a bit tough, but very obedient.
Let me ask you, how did you all get Jabon to be such a prolific cricketer in the period that he showed prominence in cricket?
Well, every morning we had a game on the savannah. We built a pitch. We established the pitch. Well, the students built the pitch, and every morning we had a game teachers were involved and students were involved. And we had 2 great batsmen. We had Chochi and we had Delving Esprit. And these guys were very, very prolific in the way they approach cricket. And Jabon became a great star. And also Chochi. You remember Chochi?
Yes, Chochi used to bat open. I remember Chochi well.
Yeah.
Chochi Williams.
Williams, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we approached
So
it.
I did you all at that time had an under 19 team then?
Yes, we had an under 19. We had an under 15 team because the students went up there to 16 years. So we had our team. We had our cricket team. We had our football team. I must tell you also, we had that great fella, you know. You remember the fella they called Sour?
Yes, Sour.
He was my student as well. But he started singing Calypso from the Goodwill School. You remember the president of the Calypso Association, Davidson Victor?
Yes.
He sang Calypso for the school as a junior man.
As way back in 1999.
Yeah, we also had our drama club. We had great actors like Delving was there. Also, we had some fellas like Steve. Quite a number of students were part of the drama club. Steve developed it. Then we developed the New Dimension Theatre from the Goodwill School.
So the Goodwill School played an integral role in the development of its students.
Oh yes, both in academics and in sports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, football, cricket. I even forgot the football captain. He's now working at the Dominica Football Association. You know him? He played for Zebians. He was the national captain at one time. But he liked his liquors now, eh? Can you remember? His name is not coming to mind. But he was also our captain of the football team at the Goodwill School.
You're talking about, I know who, the defender.
Yeah, man.
Georgie, man.
Georgie. He was my student as well. He was a great footballer. So from the school, we developed great cricketers and great footballers, great netballers as well.
Someone said that at the Rosa Boys School, when I worked there, on Fridays, the boys stayed in Windsor Park and never showed up for classes.
Oh, well, not in our school.
I would have expected the boys from your school to make a lot of two-back. Why? Because in your area, the boys in Rosa Boys School would have left Rosa Boys School to go to Mosopier and these guys' gardens to get cane and so on. So it was strange that your guys didn't.
No, we had in my class we had 40 students, boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
But on a Friday, my brother, I'm looking for you, eh? I taught you Form 3.
Mm-hmm.
So you had no choice but to show up. We went to look for you.
Someone said that Mr. Adams taught me science, and Mr. Hyacinth taught me maths.
Mm-hmm. Hyacinth taught maths. I taught science.
Mm-hmm.
And Merlin taught social studies.
There was a Miss Francis,
yeah,
and a Miss Burton.
Mm-hmm. Miss Burton was the home ec teacher.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And we also had
a Byron taught French.
Yes.
Mr. St. Louis taught English and literature.
Yeah, he taught. Yeah.
Wow, people are remembering those things. Can you imagine?
You're jolting their mind.
Yes, people are just. It's so beautiful to see, and read.
So you'd think fellas would go down by the bay, Cecil, and make two-back?
Someone said that best primary school, well-rounded education. Wow, in Goodwill School.
Mm-hmm. We went to look for you. Boy, if I give you a joke, went to look for a student, and I wouldn't call his name, Elas, I wouldn't call his name. Here he is sitting, wrapping marijuana. I'm not seeing the guy on a Friday. I went to look for the guy, and the guy, parents have him wrapping marijuana. And I said, don't let me reach to the school before I see him. She have a calabash there telling me about marijuana. Have my student wrapping marijuana, but I wouldn't call it the Elas. He know himself. So before I reached the school, he was already there, you know, Cecil.
Someone said that we played all sports. And somebody said, Decima Timothy Mears said the house competition was tight.
Very tight, very tight.
What the name of the house is?
Well, in my time, we really didn't have our houses yet. But after I left, they developed the houses. But we played our sports every morning. We played our cricket.
And someone is saying that Miss Warrington taught home economics.
Miss Warrington. May her soul rest in peace. You know where she was? Where she lived?
Miss Warrington?
She lived close to the convent.
Oh, I know who she was talking about. Oof. She lived together with her brother. Yes. Right next to the opposite the convent.
Oh my goodness, man! She was always dressed in white.
Yes. She's as we normally see in the yard. She was a Bido Leglis.
And what I like about these home economics teachers, they were dressed as though they were matrons, you know.
and hear that. So Sharon Felix says, yes, I remember my first day when she taught the boys to sing. It was amazing and funny.
Miss Warrington.
I mean, to take the boys from that area to make them sing, my brother, and they don't go to church.
But you know another one, a Bido. I know she's listening to me. Marul. She became principal at one time of the Roseau Mixed Infant School. So why she was a deputy, morning deputy. Marul, boy, look me off from Beta.
So Adams, while Isaiah Thomas is also named after the school in St. Joseph, a house in the Goodall school was also named after Isaiah. Isaiah Thomas house.
But there are some of the great principles people always mention, and some of the old folks remember them. Zephaniah Joseph, Parker Strathmore, Mrs. Thomas and Bowers, and those were from Antigua, Dupont George and Keynes from St. Kitts, Fingal, Didier, Benjamin, Watty, Hippolyte, Birmingham, Bertrand, Rive, all those principles, and of course you just mentioned Isaiah Thomas. And in modern times, you must give him his flowers. Mr. Edwards was a great principal. My good friend, the preacher. You know he's a preacher?
You're talking about, don't tell me, you're talking about evangelistic Peter
Don't
Augustine.
touch that dial.
Peter Augustine. Peter Augustine.
He was a good principal. I know, and Centilier.
I wonder if we can get that same kind of information for the Newtown Primary.
But I would not have that information.
You know, people who, because it's important, you know, to know some of the teachers that actually molded the minds and characters of these children.
Well, another great principal in the old days was Mr. Christian, Henkel Christian.
Okay.
In his time.
But he taught Lat Plain?
He taught Lat Plain, he taught Granby. I think he taught in the Woodford area.
Okay. It's like the president of Dominica, Mr. Sorrento. Yes. His father was from Dalis. He was also principal in the 40s, 50s.
Yeah, he was a principal.
In La Plain, in Vickers. So he too was transferred. So you had a lot of teachers being transferred to
you were transferred. Principal. Also, Mr. What's his name there? His name not coming to mind. He was a very good principal as well. He was an education officer. He taught me at the Teachers College. I mentioned his wife's name a while ago. He was also a very, very, very good principal.
Who was Giro?
Oh, Miss Giro.
Giro.
Pamela Giro. We used to call her Crazy.
Oh yes, Pamela. I saw about a week ago.
She's in
Yes,
the
Pamela. She was in.
Oh, boy.
Yes, she lives in Jubilee Lane.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
Pamela.
Pamela was not easy, no?
Yes.
People, boy, Pamela, I telling you, that was somebody else, boy. That girl was. She was also principal of the Rosa Mix Infant School. You know where you know, of course, she lives up there by the Lindo Park.
Yes, but she used to live at that time. I know she used to live on Fields Lane.
And she lived on Fields Lane.
Yeah, she lived on Fields Lane for many years.
Yeah, Pamela,
Yeah.
she was a good principal, dedicated a lot of her time to education. She's now in the States.
No, you had also principals like Mishak Linton.
Oh,
His
Michelle.
wife was also a principal of the Roseau Girls' School in my time.
Yes.
74 there, but at that same time, her son.
Mishak was also principal in
Yes.
Granby as well.
No, at that same time, while she was principal of the Roseau Girls' School, she took over from a teacher from Soufriere, Miss Seraphine, I think was her name. We used to call her Double Chin. And then you had Lennox Linton teaching in Form 3C. I remember that like yesterday at
Roseau
the end
School?
at the Roseau Girls' School.
Okay.
At that time, inside of the Roseau Girls' School, you had the bathroom and the pipe. So Lennox's class was way down, more north, closer to the end of the school.
Okay.
Yeah, but his father, Mishak, was a principal. His mom was a principal. I remember that, and he also
Mrs.
taught.
Linton.
Mhm.
So these were very interesting times at the primary schools.
Avon Roy taught. He was a principal also of Vickers, right?
Avon Roy was principal in Maho.
In Maho.
Steve Harrison succeeded him.
So someone said in the Lakou we should be using the name Headmaster.
Headmaster. The headmaster.
Headmaster. So let's talk about the word principal. Let's talk about the word principal and let's use the word headmaster.
Avon Roy was principal.
No, headmaster.
Headmaster
Mhm.
at the Jodel Primary School.
Mhm.
He was headmaster at the Maho Government School. That's why I knew him as headmaster. Avon Roy. He has passed on since.
Yes. I think
He was
last
a
year
good- he
or
was a
early
good-
this year.
He was a good principal.
Yeah.
Very, very good principal.
Which other headmaster?
Mrs. Benjamin
Yes.
was also a principal.
Yes,
Remember Ma Benji?
Yes, my Benji. She lived on Fields Lane, and also first she lived on Independence Street.
Boy,
Well, it
look-
used to be called Queen Mary Street.
We used to call her the queen of the principal.
This woman is a beautiful woman.
Boy, she almost... Well, boy, I can't say that already.
No, that's
But
not good here. That's not good here.
But, you know, she was a beautiful woman and she
Yes.
attracted a lot.
Mhm.
You know, she was very
Tall,
stylish.
Tall, stylish, very nice
Oh,
complexion.
man. She had nice complexion.
Yeah.
Very good English.
Yes.
And she has
Strict.
a house. She has a house.
She too, I think, was in the Girl Guides.
Yeah, she was in the Girl Guides. And she was principal at Wharton Weaver and also at Girardel. She was principal.
Can you imagine, Brain, in those days, headmasters could be transferred and you would have heard little talk. Today, when you transfer a headmaster, everybody, well, no principal, when you transfer them, things have been said, you transfer them for that reason and for that reason.
Let me give you a joke. Boy, I tell you, people talking about, and we have to say that in the Lakou, it's a Lakou program. I was watching a game, Harlem versus Kensborough. That's a big game. Politics hot, boy. Brains with Labour Party. In the year 1979, 1980, Family Gardens, Windsor Park. So a friend, I wouldn't call his name, he's dead now, said, "No get more poor. This politics thing you into will fix you up, eh?" Well, Sunday, a postman came by my home. Well, a messenger came by my home with a letter. And he brought that letter. And I remember what the guy had told me. "Cecil, from Goodwill School, do you know where I was transferred?"
I would like to know.
Well, it was three of us got our letters. Miss Anselm, she was transferred to Penville.
Miss Anselm?
Uh-huh.
That lived in Rosa Central?
Yeah, she lived
Hostel's wife?
Hostel wife.
Uh-huh.
Straight to Penville.
Uh-huh. That's a distance, eh? So she lived in Penville? Or she...
By the lady living across.
I know she lives on Great Marlborough Street. Yeah. But I'm asking when she was transferred, did she live there?
Yeah, Sunday we get our love letter. Penville for her. I get my letter. I went straight to Cassie Bruce. And the other fella, we call him Stenberg. He was a fella from Good Hope, Sansof area. You know him? Arthur Stain.
Yeah, I know Arthur.
He's dead now.
Yeah, may his soul rest in peace.
May his soul rest in peace.
Yes.
He was transferred to Cassie Bruce too.
But still was living Good Hope.
He was living in Good Hope. But
Yeah.
but
it's very close.
Very close. But boy, I had to journey to Cassie Bruce.
I should also tell you now, Brain, England is done by one man. Just gave a red card to one of the players.
For what?
For a nasty tackle. So the score is still 2-1. The game has just started, you know. Yes, so that is amusing, you know.
Yeah, boy. Man shall never survive it, eh?
Let's hear the caller. Good evening. Sorry about that call. You have to call us back. Yes. So what happened? Anson resigned?
Yeah, she resigned.
Yeah, but that's a distance.
She couldn't.
She would have had small children at the time.
Yeah, she couldn't take it.
She would have had small children. Two boys and a girl, I think she had.
Yeah, she couldn't take it.
And to have the small children,
well, she couldn't take it.
And have to be in Penville. In those days, Penville is not what it is today. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tell Brain I'm going to send him a picture of the Goodwill School staff when he was there, and I was the youngest teacher at the time.
Oh, Miss Mason. Miss Mason. You were the most sexy teacher there.
I endorse that, right?
Hey, boy, she was sexy. My, Miss Mason.
Miss Mason? She's gone. I can imagine.
Yes, I remember her.
I can imagine.
I remember her.
So she's going to send her that picture.
All the young fellas used to look at her. Boy, they admired her. She was very good looking woman. She still is, you know. A very young teacher. She was one of the youngest of the teachers. I remember very well. Thank you for sending me that photograph. Man.
Yeah.
So I laugh. Miss Anson buckle.
So you went to Cassie Bruce?
Yeah, but I'll give you the joke. It's Lakou. So my father said, but I said, I'm not going there, you know. My father said, general orders tell you that once you're transferred, you must go. So I decided I'll have to go.
So you heard that, what your dad said? The general orders.
Yeah, I had no choice.
The general orders, so which means the ministry, not the minister, the ministry.
You're a public officer.
Right, the Ministry of Education has a right to transfer you from one place to the other.
Can be transferred.
Yes.
Can be transferred.
and you had no other choice but to accept the general orders.
Yeah. But the joke is that the Mr. Israel tells me the place that I'll be able to sleep is by the principal. I wouldn't call her name. I tell the man, you know something, Mr. Israel? I have a disease, you know. He tell me, what is that disease? I tell him in the night I just walk. And I might find myself in the ladies' bedroom.
So at that period, when you are transferred, the government makes provision for you.
Yeah, but there was no. He wants me to live with the principal, and the principal living in the house alone. I tell him that's a recipe for disaster. Mr. Forlong, he started laughing. He tell me, Adams, go back to Goodwill School.
So that's how you were able to go back to Goodwill School?
Yeah, that's why I went back the first
So
time.
what was the reason for sending you across to...
Politics. They're talking about it was politics. It was my support for the Labour Party.
Because here it is, someone is saying to me, that person seems to be a long-time old teacher. He says transferring of teachers and principals for political reasons was very was very, very popular.
It was
common,
popular.
sorry.
Common.
Common thing.
The brick stick.
Yeah.
That's why they say, the fellas tell me the brick stick in your boom boom. But that was real. That was real. That was
England get a penalty that I'm seeing there. England gets a penalty.
with what?
England, it seems as if England just got a penalty. Let's see what happens.
So that's
The
gonna be
game is
3-1,
2-1 so far in favor of England.
England will win the game, man.
Yes. What's that?
England will win the game.
Well,
They have a riot up there, man.
no, man, no, nothing like that. The World Cup doesn't have that, you know. So yes, someone said when Miss Mason left, she cried.
Okay.
That is she the person cried. Not Miss
Yeah.
Mason.
She was very popular. Nice looking girl from around the area. The students loved
Actually,
her.
that person who told me about the transfer of teachers said that they worked in Dominica from 1986 to 2001. So that is like
Yeah, that
some
was,
15 years
15 years ago.
as a teacher. No, as a teacher, you know.
Very interesting, man.
So tell me, Brain, as a teacher in those days, how much of the Lakou that was brought to the school?
Oh, quite a bit of the Lakou. I mean, at the time, students were taught the culture. We started doing creative dance at the school. We sang calypsos. We played sports. We wrote short stories about Dominica. We told stories about the Caribbean. We recited poems about, because that time we were not only dealing with poems from England. We started transferring to Caribbean poetry.
England is free, right?
3-1?
The free one.
Well, they'll win the game. So we started learning quite a bit of the Banana Man, Evans Jones, and quite a Caribbean poets. We started to learn about them. And so we started to move away from the British colonial system in terms of the education. We started learning more about African heroes, more Caribbean people started to come to the front. And so we started to diverse our education more towards the Caribbean culture.
And what did that do in terms of moving from the British literature into the Caribbean? What did it do for us
Well, it began to make us identify ourselves as Caribbean people. You know, because most of the books we studied when we went to primary schools were more or less British oriented, more based with an English background. So we began to focus more on the Caribbean, crops that's grown in the Caribbean landscape, Caribbean heroes, Caribbean stories, you know. So we started focusing on the Caribbean.
No, another thing that we would have observed though too, Brain, is many of the schools that were being built in those days were being built by the French and the Canadians.
Yeah, we started getting some schools from Canada and from schools, in fact, the Goodwill School I know was a Canadian gift. I know the Granby Primary School was a gift from the Canadians. I do not know of the other schools which we got from Canada, but I think we had another one. So we started getting school.
When the Rosa Boys School was being built, was it from the Canadians?
Yeah, the Granby School, Canadian. The Goodwill School, Canadian. The Newtown School was French, and we got that school from the French.
Even while we were under Britain.
No, by that time we were 1965. We were not yet independent. We were yeah. Even if we were under Britain, yeah. Okay. So those schools we got from Canada. Right now we're getting schools from the Chinese.
I only ask this question just to make it be known that it has always been a traditional thing where we would have gotten donation or would have gotten assistance from foreign companies or foreign governments,
yeah.
In building of our schools. So it's not like it's the very first time we're hearing that.
No, man. We got assistance from foreign governments.
Someone said the Laplin School was also built by the Canadians.
Yeah, the Laplin School.
The Vicar School was also built by the Canadians.
That's correct. That's correct. The Laplin School, Canadian, and the Vicar School.
I'm sure that some persons will be able to give us so much more information as the night goes on, because that's important to note, you know.
Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, it's not the first time that we're getting schools from foreign governments. You know, so education has played a significant part of foreign relationships.
And when we look at the lives that many children or students would live, as we normally would say in those days, pupils would live, the life of the Lakou really helped in the development of these children, especially in games. So you find that a lot of skip among the schoolgirls were being played, not among the boys. And again, all of that thing came from the Lakou.
Marbles were played at school. We played marbles, we played knots, the girls skipped. We play hopscotch at school. We play box at school. We played put stick on your shoulder, throw it down.
I like that. Let's go back to this one a bit. That one is actually lost, I think. Where guys who think that they're bad, that I'd put a stick on your shoulder and I would tell you to if you're a bad man,
throw it down.
Throw it down.
And you have a higas.
And if you throw it down, you have a higas.
Right there and then.
Right in the schoolyard there.
Right. We played fax.
Yes. And tell us what is fax. I know what is fax. Tell us what is fax.
You would have to hold your
buttocks.
Past your buttocks.
Yeah.
If they catch you without your hand on your buttocks,
yes,
a fellow would put a knee on your bottom. So we played that. You get a knee. You get a knee roll.
And it is good. It is good to remember those things. You
ever played fax?
Well, everybody played fax. And when you go as soon as you leave your home, you have to take your two hands and place it on your buttocks.
Right.
You check, because if you do not have your hands on your buttocks, you will get someone's knee into your buttocks.
Yeah.
You know.
So in other words, fellas out there to use the Lakou, they marking you.
Yes, they marking you.
Right, so fellas marking you, they hiding in a corner, you passing, you don't know, you get that fax. Did you ever play strap?
Strap, yeah, man. Well, you see, in our time, strap wasn't a very popular thing because we were not always wearing strap. You know, if you don't have a strap, if two of you don't have a strap, you can beat me. You know? You check. But strap would have been for guys who had a strap.
You have your belt.
And who have your belt. Well, we're using strap in the
Well,
Lakou.
no, if you don't have your belt, you put you take a belt from your home.
From your home, no.
And you put that in your pocket.
Yes. And then you carry that. And if a guy doesn't have a strap on, you beat him. It didn't make you vile. You didn't get vexed.
No.
It's just a game.
It's a game you play.
You know, so you beat a man if a strap. Hit him, whap, one lash here, not more than one.
Right.
You know?
Did you ever had the tricks of placing water on the top of your door, so in case your teacher coming?
We didn't put water. What we did was we take the box in the class with rubbish. So all the rubbish that would have gotten in the classroom, we'd put it in the box and put it to hang on the door.
That's right.
So when you open the door, the rubbish would just fall on you. You know.
So these games, we played games like those. We played. We also played. We also played cricket. We played a cricket game where you did not have 3 stumps.
Yes.
And the ball would have to pass through.
3 times.
3 times.
The ball have to pass 3 times, and 1 bounce and you're out.
Yeah, we played
1 bounce and you're out.
We played heading.
Yeah, we played quite a lot of heading.
We played tactics at school.
For the girls, they played quite a lot of skip. You know, what was beautiful of the ladies when they had the 2 ropes, you know, for the skip.
For the skip.
You know, and also to hopscotch. There's another one.
I'm not seeing them playing a lot of hopscotch anymore.
Yes, I too. Jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks.
Yeah, jumping jacks. I think there's six jacks.
Yeah.
6 jacks with a ball. Someone says to me that there was something called chewing gum on the teacher's chair.
We never really liked that because we thought that we would be damaging the teacher's clothes. So
but some wicked guys would have done that, right?
Yeah. Exceptional guys, in terms of their mindset. But we really never really got ourselves involved in trying to, because our teachers meant so much to us.
Yes. What about callot when you had a fresh
coat?
Yeah,
we had callot.
Yeah.
When you take your fresh coat, if you come to the school, you get slapped.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a new student coming.
If you're a fresh boy,
a freshman.
Yeah, you have to get your callot.
You get your callot.
A Frenchman, you have to get your callot. You have to get your callot.
At school, you get your callot.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for you, and you get your slap. You don't know where they're coming out.
Yeah.
Fellas would just be waiting there to put slap on you.
And I think that caused us not to like cutting our hair,
That's right, because especially if you know you're going to get a clean cut, you tell your parents not to give you that clean cut, because that would mean some fellas would fall on you when you arrive at school on the first day of school.
You remember the top? We used to play top?
Yeah.
With the, what do you call it?
We had the yo-yo.
The yo-yo, yes, top.
We played...
and fellas coming, it's now free to wear. England, Mexico has scored. So free to now.
How many more minutes left?
It's 69 minutes now, so you still have plenty time.
Wow.
For sure, you have another half an hour.
So a lot of time.
21 and maybe half an hour, a lot of time still. No, so in reference to the yo-yo, guys used to come to school to have this yo-yo competition, top competition.
Yeah.
And what about not?
No, did you ever, before we leave top, did you ever play Fay?
Fay, I can't remember that one.
Where we try to break the top of another man?
Because the top used to be made with some kind of hardwood.
We used to make it with
so it was
wood.
difficult.
We used to make it with
wood, yes.
We used to make it with wood.
Yes. And just hold on, brain.
Yeah.
We used to do it with wood. And when you do it with the wood, it was really a tough one.
A tough one, yeah.
So brain is taking 5 minutes. Yeah. So we will come back with brain in the next 5 minutes. But we are really talking about the good old days in school. And yes, when brain comes back, we'll talk about nicknames, because every boy used to have a nickname. We had to give every boy, even girls too. So we'll have to talk about morals. I declare a piece of land. Yes, and morals, good evening to you, my good friend, my neighbor in Beaubois. You got your name because you are a master at morals. Master at morals. Everybody in Baptist State knows that. So morals, just want to say good evening to you. And that's how you got your name. Ring games, we have talked a little bit about ring games. So quite a lot of things that we did as boys growing up, Kalesh. That's I think when Brain comes up, we'll talk about Kalesh. But marbles is what we used to Kalesh, not the top. I think we used to Kalesh marbles when you hit it very hard, you have to Kalesh it, So when you break the top of the marble, yes, that's what it used to be. Not the top of the marble, any part of the marble. Sometimes guys used to play some big marbles, and when you hit a man little marble, so guys used to come with their big marbles. I don't know why. I never understand why guys would come with their big marbles, right, Brain?
Yeah, it's called your
Kalesh.
King, your Kalesh.
Kalesh, Right. When you break the guy's marble,
yeah.
Kalesh. No, another thing that someone will come to the Kalesh in a while. Another thing that someone was saying on the chat, that they used to have what is called nicknames. Everybody used to have a nickname, and that's how you got your nickname, right, Brain?
Yeah. Boy, very interesting, that nickname. And a lot of people ask me. Well, I remember the name of the guy who gave me it was my teacher. We used to call him. His name is not coming to mind, but I got the nickname from the grammar school.
I remember
literature class.
I remember as a boy, Brain. I remember as a boy. Well, going to Rosa Boys School.
Well, I had two nicknames.
Brain and
my nickname was Bottom Burn. I got that nickname from the grammar school. So all of us had a nickname.
Why? Why
What was the tradition.
Okay.
Then we had Cocky. Cocky was Gregory Robin. We had Jabez, who was the former principal of the grammar school. So all boys had a nickname at the grammar school.
Well, I remember...
Mr. Wilson was known as Jabez.
Wilson was known as Jabez.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why Jabez?
Well...
Something close to La Jabez.
No. Jabez because of the way he used to behave. Very good in chemistry, so we call him Jabez.
Mm.
We call Gregory Robin Cocky.
Mm.
And some other guys had their nicknames. So, but everybody had a nickname. Even when I was at university, I had a nickname. My nickname was Drifter.
Mm.
So it's a tradition of the old grammar school where you got a nickname.
Well, I had a nickname, right? It didn't last very long because I insisted that my name was Cecil. And my name was called, my nickname was Babu.
Okay.
My nickname was Babu. I'm not going to tell you why.
I won't tell you my name. How I got my name.
I will not tell you how I got my name. But I was called Babu.
Uh-huh.
And I remember a very good friend of mine, Michael Paul. He also had a nickname called Kiki. So he used to say to me, if you don't want me to call you Babu, stop calling me Kiki. You know? And I could never stop calling him Kiki because I could never remember Michael Paul. Even if I knew his name was Michael Paul, I just couldn't remember calling him Michael Paul. Today, you find people are very emotional about nicknames, and so they don't accept nicknames. But
and I got my nickname remained with me up to now.
Yes.
And
I know, but there are many people still today that we do not know their first name.
No, my nickname still remains with me. I mean, if something happens to me, I cannot just say my name is Hartly Adams.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say, they'll have to say Elias the bottom burn.
Yes.
Elias the burn.
No, many persons do not know Hartly Adams. Someone wants to say something on the telephone. Good evening.
Yeah. Let Ben tell you why they give him that name, bottom burn.
No, that's a state secret.
Don't say.
No.
Don't say.
That's, I have to keep that copyright.
Thank you.
I'll do like Mark Murray. Copyright. Yeah. So you had nicknames, man, when you went to the high school.
So let me ask you, someone said that you had Scobie, you had Bull,
we had Scobie,
you had Bonso. So
we had Bongso.
That was
Derek Abraham is Bongso.
Derek Abraham is Bongso.
Scobie is Jeffrey Lawrence.
Bull
is his brother.
Bull was his name?
I think his name is Algar. No. His name is not Bull. We call him Bull. We christen him Bull.
So, hold on now. All my life I think the man name was Scobie. I thought the guy name was Bull.
Jeffrey Lawrence, that's his name.
Jeffrey Lawrence.
He's not Scobie. That's his nickname.
Oh, Jeffrey Lawrence. And Scobie was who? Scobie was what?
His name's Jeffrey Lawrence.
Scobie was Jeffrey Lawrence and Bull was what?
His name, I think it's Algernon Lawrence.
Algernon Lawrence. Well, that is something. And,
but we christened him at the grammar school.
And Buso was who?
Bongso was Derek Abraham. We christened him at the grammar school. So once you get to the you had to be baptized.
Wow.
You had a name. So that's how we did it at the grammar, which was an old tradition of British grammar schools. So you got your name. And you had your place. When you went to the grammar school, first, second, and third form, you walk to the Windsor Park. Fourth, fifth form, sixth form, you walk to the Elrose. You cannot play court style and you're going to pass.
Hold on. You're saying to me that if you are a first former, second former, don't pass by the Windsor Park?
Don't pass by the Elrose. That's not your staircase. You don't dare pass. You get licks.
What you telling me there? Well, you're right, you know. Because when I went to St. Mary's Academy, right? First, second, and third. So there was 101, 102, that was two first forms. 103 and 104, that was second forms. And you had 302, a third form. All right? So you only baptize, you only get to enjoy upstairs where the teachers have the office. You only get to enjoy that when you become a student of third form.
Yeah.
Or 302.
Yeah.
If you didn't reach 302, you couldn't
can't
enjoy.
pass it.
You can't go up
You
those
cannot
stairs.
enjoy the privilege of that step.
Yes.
So your step is by the Windsor Park, first, second, and third form.
What you telling me there?
Go there. For fifth form and sixth form, you go by the Elrose factory. That's your step.
Was this mandatory or did it just happen? Because
No,
I think in
that's a
SMA,
tradition.
because we felt our classes were down, we remained there.
And you don't peep in the sixth form.
No, you couldn't do that. We couldn't find ourselves upstairs not to
Don't
speak.
peep in the sixth form.
That's for Brother Jimmy alone.
The sixth form is for the senior boys.
Mhm.
When I went to the grammar school.
Let's go back a bit. That's important for us to understand
Don't
that in
peep
the end.
there. Don't
Let-
peep.
hold,
That's a
hold,
privilege.
hold on, brain. Let's go back. You're saying that if you are in first, second, and third, where was your staircase?
Windsor Park.
Windsor Park. You don't dare pass by Elrose.
No.
What would have happened to you?
Slap.
Calot.
Carlot. Blows
Not
on you.
slap, Calot. Uh-huh.
You break the tradition.
Huh. Was that something else?
First, second, and third form, short pants with your hose and your tie. So even if even if you use the local lock, even if you have pearl on your foot, you don't pass.
So you're saying to me, I remembered a lot of us when we went to primary school, or not a lot of us, all of us, when we went to primary school, we only wore short pants.
Short pants,
Short
no
pants.
long pants.
No long pants in high school, in primary school.
No
When you
long
went-
pants in first, second, and third
But no,
form.
but when I went to St. Mary's Academy, was the very first time I wore a long khaki pants.
What form were you?
First form.
No, boy.
No, I'm just telling you, in my time. So I do not know if someone else would have been baptized to wear long pants in third form.
Nope.
But you're saying in grammar school that you would not have worn
No long pants in my time. First, second, third form. Short pants. with
short
your
pants
hose.
first, second, and third.
Yeah.
And with a long hose.
With your long hose. So fellas have their hair or your
What?
No, boy, you mad. When you reach fourth form, no matter how, if you're a young fella, you in fourth form, you have your long pants.
Uh-huh.
Because you reach there, so everybody know you're senior boy.
Oh, so
Fourth, fifth form,
that
sixth
makes
form.
it different. So that means if you have a short pants,
You-
you have to know that you have to stay by the Windsor Park.
You stay by the Windsor Park, and everybody knew you second or third, fourth, first form.
So any trying to be a big man.
No, you haven't got that. You haven't got that.
In those days, there's only boys.
Boys. And then we started getting girls.
Boy, that is something else.
But in my time, and when I was in first form, I cannot peep into the sixth form. I can't peep there. If I pass there, it's for fellas of that nature.
Short pants and
they are-
razard.
and they're running
Short
this-
pants and razard.
And they're running the grammar school, eh?
The foot formers.
The sixth formers, they
The
run
sixth
the
formers.
grammar school. They're prefects. Fellas like Maturing, I know he hearing me.
Mm-hmm.
Moise, doctor, the dentist. What's his name again? That old Dr. Williams.
You know, saying this, right?
They run the grammar school.
Saying this.
Dr. Ferrara, they run the grammar school. They're the head boys.
Saying this, right? Brain, we might be laughing, but what it did, it created a particular discipline to tell you that you have to respect seniors or senior positions.
Yeah.
Today, this has gone out of the window. Everything works in one big hole.
No, it's not a big hole. You know your place. The sixth formers running that school. They're assisting the principal and teachers to run this school. They are senior boys, and don't give them rudeness. Do not dare give them back shut out, say you're going to fight with them.
Today, you have a first former.
Telling a sixth former, you don't, couldn't happen.
That wasn't possible.
Yeah, and you don't go to this. You don't go to school dances.
You mean if you're in first, second, and third, no school dance for you?
Even when you're in fourth form and fifth form, you cannot be in, not school dances, you cannot be in public dances. You cannot be seen in a public dance by your teachers, no.
What do you consider public dance?
Well, swing starts playing in a dance and you're going.
What about martini dance now?
Martini dance, you could get a chance, but public dances.
So how long was the martini dance in those days?
Well, maybe from 3 to 5, maybe 3 to 6. So you're going. So in other words, we're at 9 o'clock and you dance. Your parents ask you, say, go no, no. You want to have woman before your time. That what your parents
I can
tell you?
remember. I can remember there was matinee dance with in my time with swinging stars at the grotto.
Yeah.
Not the green grotto on where the infirmary is, but the grotto where we have just seen the building of the Dominica Grammar School. So the grotto was actually there, and we had to have matinee dance. But by a certain time, by 8 o'clock, that is over.
Yeah, boy.
By 8 o'clock, that is over.
No, school dances, and we just have to reinforce that. No kole. No holding close together. There must be air between you, the woman or the girl, and yourself.
I see a popular dance by Colton T. That was the kind of dance we were doing.
Yeah.
You know?
To say that you're going to question a
Question.
girl on a wall.
And mark you,
Sister Vane, man.
in those days, you had hi-fi. You had some hi-fi, and you had some French music, especially Coupe Cloué, who would have had a tune for 15 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go to a school dance and you go to the convent, they're watching you, eh?
Yes.
The
I tell you,
they're
by 8
watching
o'clock.
you.
I tell you, by
They're
8
watching
o'clock when you, I mean, now there's a public dance done by the Swinging Stars. The very first time I saw Burning Flames was when Swinging Stars brought down the brothers and one cousin, the Burning Flames, in those early days, many years ago. And by 8 o'clock we had to finish.
Yeah, everything done.
And it was on a Sunday.
Everything done.
It was on a Sunday.
Everything done. Music stop. Stop all music. Music stop. Sisters going, put off the music. Headmaster, put off the music. Everybody go out all you home. Girls' parents waiting for them. Boys, evacuate the area. It was very serious in terms of the school culture.
Someone just said to me that even in those days, Bells Combo used to be playing in Collio for their dances. So the schools themselves had it structured.
Yeah, it was
so you had school dances and you had adult dance.
And adult dances.
And now today you have
everything in one whole.
One whole. Can you imagine? I would hear my mom and my dad say that I cannot go in a dance where my son or my children are. So you find that if a parent would have gone to a dance and would have seen their child there, they would have left. You know?
Yeah, man. It was strictly controlled in terms of the children have their dances called children dances, and even if you were in sixth form, you could not go to a public dance because you're ready to leave school at sixth form level.
Yes.
So you must be about 17, 18 years at that in that form, and you still wasn't able to go to a public dance because you're still a schoolboy.
That is amazing, and to see what's happening today.
And cinema, you couldn't be in cinema. If you were in cinema, you
matinee.
had to make sure
matinee.
You could go to matinee, but not cinema.
Yeah,
cinema,
matinee.
Yeah.
And you'd find that you could go on a Saturday morning
to your matinee,
and on a Sunday afternoon
to your matinee.
But nighttime, there's nothing called
cinema. For you,
yes, for us students.
No.
We couldn't sneak because we had to be home at a certain time.
You had to be home at a certain time.
You know,
because your parents make sure you regularize.
Can you imagine you going to a matinee dance now? Matinee dance. Sorry. Can you imagine you going to a matinee now? Then got nothing called matinee.
Matinee dance. When last you heard of a matinee dance and young students going to matinee dance?
We haven't got that anymore, boy.
No matinee dance is adult dance now.
Everything is one.
So
you're finding 12-year-olds today in dances.
12-year-olds?
Yeah, man, of course.
Boy, telling you. How the society...
Because a 12-year-old now is in high school now.
Yeah, 12-year-old. Well, high school students basically 12 plus.
Yes.
13. If you were an exceptional student, you'd be in high school at 10 years.
Yes.
11 years.
Yes.
But you'd finish high school probably fifth form,
17,
18 years,
17,
18 years.
yeah.
Right
17,
now,
18.
maybe
Right
you will
now,
graduate at
15,
15,
16.
Uh-huh.
Yes, 15, 16. It was a rare case where a child, because in those days, as bright students, they would skip you. That's what we used to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a bright child, they would skip you. And
To second form.
sometimes they skip you more than once. So you find at the age of 9 years, you're in standard 5. Because you would sit common entrance at the age of, at standard 5.
11, yeah.
You know? And you had your, we used to call it your last chance at the age of 13, based on the month that you're born.
Right.
Based on the month that you're born, you'll be able to sit common entrance at the age of 13, but you start at 11, and 12.
So the whole culture of education and the culture of the education system has changed, as you can see. Because I'm sure that you cannot tell me, Cecil, when last you heard of a school matinee dance.
I do, but that's a strange thing. We're not even hearing about tea parties again.
So a lot of things have shifted in terms of the education.
So yes, so you'd find when I went to school, you'd find big boys, big girls in high school, because or I should say maybe more mature boys, you know, because you, as we said, 12, 13, well, let's say 11, 12. So you find even at the age of 17, 18, you have students still going to high school, you know. So it was something different from what we're now seeing. So now at the age of 16, you are in fifth form and you finish, you know. And you find yourself at college, no, even at the age of 16.
Yeah, you're at college.
You know.
At 16 years, 17 years. So by 17 years, you probably finish college. If it's 3 years, maybe by 18, you finish college. So quite a bit has changed in terms of the whole structure of what we see at secondary schools now. And the number of students that you have now going to the colleges are far greater in number.
When we went to college, when we went to high school, just about 10% of the school population that would have entered at college.
Right.
You know, so you find less than 100 at the state college. When you went there, how many students?
When I went to the state college, or what we call the sixth form college, we only had 53 number. 53 students in number, and they were made up of the...
And the school population was bigger then?
Yes, but you had few students attending colleges, because most of the students would have graduated in fifth form and then go to work.
Okay.
Only a few would enter the sixth form college. And there were not many. Right now you have over 900,000 students entering state college. So the numbers are vastly increased. So probably about 0.5% of the students in my time would enter college. And it's also very important to note, Cecil, that at the time when teachers were doing their training, they did not do it in Dominica.
Barbados.
They did it either in Barbados, Antigua, or Jamaica. So right now, teachers are being trained at our own local colleges. So students would go either to Michael College in Jamaica to do their teacher training. And principals would go either to England. Well, most of them went to England to do their training.
Like the police themselves, trained in Barbados.
They did most of the training in Barbados, but now they're trained...
All of the training is done in
Dominica.
And when the teachers themselves started to be trained in Dominica, they built the Dominica Teachers Training College in Baffin State.
That's right.
That would have been built in the 70s.
That would be on the Henkel Christian.
Yes. On the Patrick John regime at the time.
Right.
Yeah, so they would have built the Dominica Teachers Training College. You know, and it was a real big college, yeah.
Right. What I find now, talking about the Lakou, I was looking at that building where they had the Teachers College, and now with the advent of the new school that they're building, I wonder what will happen to that portion of land there. And one day I knew they were thinking of putting a modern teachers' college there or some administrative section. But this is government land.
Mm-hmm. Where are you talking about?
I'm talking about Bath Estate,
Uh-huh.
where you have the teachers' college.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the school from Bellevue Chopin there now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm wondering what will happen to that portion of land there. What will they build there? Because basically, if you move the students from the school there, which the new school is being built, which should be completed sometime in November, what will happen to that place?
All you need to do is just maybe continue with the educational concept, build an educational complex in the place, for various other forms of training, an extension of the Dominica State College.
Okay, well,
that can happen. Let's just create an extension of the Dominica State College,
Well, Cecil, this time around, seeing that the students are going or have already started their holidays, because most of the graduation ended on Friday. How many of those graduations you saw?
I saw convent. You're talking about high schools? Or?
Yeah, I'm talking about graduations.
Generally. I saw the convent prep. Basically, that's the only one I actually went to because my son was graduating. I looked at a few of them on the social media, not in its entirety. Because some of them, I shouldn't say all, all for me were very long, 4 hours minimum. And basically, that is what I would have seen in its entirety, the one of the convent prep.
Well, I saw the one in Benz. That was a very good one. I saw the one at the preschool in the Pentecostal church. That was a very nice one. I know there were quite a number of them. For instance, at the Goodwill Parish Hall, I think I saw some schools there. I did not actually pay attention to which schools were having their graduation. There, I know they had a graduation at the 70s primary school. And I know that there was another graduation I saw at the Portsmouth Secondary School. So that's what I know that I saw on social media.
And I must say the parents, from what I saw, the little pieces that I saw from the various graduation, the parents are actually doing quite a lot in really celebrating the lives of their children at whatever level that they ended. And I want to see also the schools themselves, doing so much in ensuring that these children, as they advance into the other stage, that they will remember the last school that they would have attended. So I kudos up to the schools. Yeah.
Because the students themselves look forward to, their graduation. I remember, did you ever have gongs when you were graduating?
Gongs? No.
But I noticed that there are gongs when students are graduating, and they look very good. Even at the preschool level, we have their graduation.
But you didn't graduate, right? There's nothing called graduation.
No, right. I graduated, but I did not have that.
Yeah, no ceremony.
No big ceremony in terms of dressing in gongs. Yes. Because these gongs are normally hired.
It's just a ceremony to say that you
graduate and get your certificate or your prizes for your different disciplines, whether it's in sports or in the academics. But I notice now that the schools go at great length to ensure that the students feel that they have achieved, at preschool level, at primary level, at secondary level, and also at tertiary level, where they graduate. So that's kudos to the ministry and for persons at the school, private schools who, and sponsors. Yes. One of the things we never do is to, mention the fact that the sponsors play a great part in ensuring that the schools get the support that they require. So we have to say also kudos to the sponsors who gave prizes or gave awards to the different students at whatever level it is.
And the Teachers Parent Association, they too need to be complimented.
Complimented, yeah.
And as they go into the summer, brain,
What would you like them to do, Cecil?
to live the life of a child.
What do you mean by that?
Get to the river, to the sea, try to get the closest guava tree, the mango tree. Just do the normal summer line. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
If you're in the country, if you're in town, take a drive to the country. If you're in the country, go build your bird trap, so you can
Bird
catch
trap?
birds. Yeah, bird trap.
Glad you mentioned that. Do students know how to make bird trap? No, you're
No.
talking about the bird traps.
Yes.
You're talking about your time,
Mhm.
because in my time we made different traps. We made a trap using bending the tree with a thread, putting willcower part seeds around it, and we made a trap. Or we put lagli on trees and hold our siki or guive and whatever. And we also had a trap where we were catching our ground dove and a 212. But do they know how to make those traps?
Nah, man. But you know how to make the trap for the dove?
Yeah, man. I know.
And to put that twine so that when the
Right,
dove
when it
enter,
walk.
when it walks into that trap, it
The
just closes
house
them.
fall on it.
Yeah, and cannot move.
And you can't move.
The house is that heavy that it can
It
flap.
cannot- it
wins.
cannot come out
How
of
it
it.
want, it can't come out.
Yeah.
In those days, well, right now, the dove has food all about the place. But in those days, we know the tree that we could have gotten the dove food. And we put a portion of that dove food in that trap so the dove would see that food and try to enter into that.
Did you ever catch a ground dove or the big dove? The whatever they call it?
the ground
212?
dove? No, the ground dove. The
Yeah,
ground
you
dove was the
have-
popular one at the time.
The ground
The
dove. you have-
212 was a very wild bird band. It was very hard to. You had to use the catapult to get the 212.
But you ever caught ground doves?
Yeah, man. But a lot of that in Vegas, a lot of that when you go for the summer, a lot of that.
All right.
But the 212 was a very hard one. You had to be max. And I don't know if they have that extra sense when you stretch that catapult and you let go that stone
Stone, yeah.
to knock it out. It will have a way to just escape. It will make a nuisance out of you.
I'm glad that you mentioned the catapult. Have you seen any of these people, any of the students of late with any catapult?
Well, as if the children know to make catapult today.
I haven't seen them with the catapult.
No, I have not seen them in the catapult.
Have you seen them hunting big ass?
Big ass. Some of them know what's big ass.
Right.
Well, in our time, when the river, especially during this period, in the summer, used to have a lot of rain.
During the hurricane
Season. We
Yeah,
didn't
which
know it
is
was
where
hurricane
we-
season.
we-
You know. We
we
just
into
knew it was a lot of rain.
Rain, yeah.
You know, and the big ass would be would come to the, especially when the water get brown. You see the big ass trying to be on a stone and we'd have our catapult trying to knock out that long big ass.
Right. Well, most of the areas that we hunted the big ass was in the Jelbushiwi. That's the river mouth. And also on the savannah in Pottersville, also in the Windsor Park, also in drains. And we had numbers. We try to find out at the end of the big ass season who has the record of the number of big ass that you killed. So some fellas would go up as many as 50.
But you see, there was a
100.
game with the big ass I didn't like, you know that? Do you remember the game? That you have to send a stone first?
Oh, yeah. You remember what happened to you if you fired before time?
Yes.
You get a lash under your stomach.
You get not a lash. There's a name we used to call it, you know.
You get bouilled.
Yeah, bouillé. You have to bouillé you under your stomach.
Right.
Yeah.
I know.
But you have to take your time. It's your turn.
I know the caller of 80-something years who called us. He must have gotten a lot of licks under his stomach for trying to fire stone first. Because
because fellas used to get excited to know that, you know, we used to tell ourselves we max. You know what I'm saying? And because we max, we want to send the first stone. So when you send the first stone, it's not your turn. You have to get a bouillé under your court.
Let me ask you, do you know if you saw 6, 7, 8, 9 big ass, what do you call them? What was it? If you see 9 big ass in the air, flying, and your friends on the savannah, what would they say? What would it be the language you'd hear them say?
I'm trying to remember, you know.
A vol.
Yes. Oh, I forgot that.
Look, a vol big ass.
I haven't heard that. That's a Creole term.
A vol.
Yes, a
meaning
big,
quite a large amount.
And when
Do you
rainy
remember what they
season,
would say?
when rainy season coming, you'd see the big ass like that, you know.
Yeah, vol bigger.
Yeah.
And when they coming down, what would they say? What would the words the fellas would use?
Boy,
They're going to blind.
No,
Let
I
them
can't remember that
blind.
one. I can't remember that one.
A vol big ass.
Yes, I know the vol.
Lie down low
Mm-hmm.
because they're going to blind, meaning they're going to land.
Mm-hmm.
So you lie down, everybody lie down flat, as though you're in war. Fellas lie down flat.
And rain falling, you know.
Rain falling, you lie down flat. And
Well, I should tell you, Brain, Mexico went home, 3-2.
The match is over?
Yes, 3-2. So Mexico lost, 3-2.
So England is in the
Yes.
quarterfinal.
So we were wrong. We said Mexico would score 2 and England would score 0.
Yeah, well, England
England proved us wrong.
There must be celebration now.
Oh yes, man. The Mexicans are crying. So that's two disappointments tonight. Brazil and Mexico. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Guys are literally crying. Can you
But
imagine?
how could they have lost a game with 10 Englishmen?
Well, those things happen, my brother. The English get a penalty.
But they lost one man. They lost a man.
Yeah.
They got a red card.
Yeah.
So they were playing with 10
10.
men.
Yes.
Mexico playing with 11. And they were still able
So
to
England
score.
will face Norway in the quarterfinals.
Wow.
Because remember, Norway just beat Brazil. So England will now face Norway.
What happened to the game? Egypt had to play.
I think Egypt won, you know.
Egypt.
Yesterday it was right?
No. Egypt has to play. Who they play?
Egypt played yesterday.
Egypt is playing Argentina.
Yes, because I think Egypt won, so they would have played Argentina.
Egypt is supposed to play Argentina.
Who France is playing?
So when is it France play? Has France entered the quarterfinals already? I don't think so.
Yeah.
It will be wise for we will find out.
I think France has gone to the
quarterfinals.
France has won the quarterfinals. Sorry, France has gone into the quarterfinals. Like England,
Into the
England themselves has
quarterfinals.
gone to the quarterfinals.
So what about Argentina?
Argentina, I wonder who Argentina is playing.
I believe they're playing Egypt.
Egypt.
Argentina is supposed to play Egypt. So we know. So England is into the semis, into the
quarterfinals. Into the quarterfinals.
France.
Because England has to play, as I said to you, Norway.
Because Norway is in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so whoever wins the quarterfinal goes to the semis.
Right.
So France is playing on Tuesday. I'm trying to remember who they're playing.
Must be Egypt.
Must be Egypt.
You can find out.
Yeah, I'll get that. I'm sure someone on Facebook will tell us who France will be playing on Tuesday.
So Argentina.
So France will be playing Mexico. Sorry, Morocco. France will be playing Morocco.
France playing Morocco.
France will be playing Morocco.
And Argentina.
And Argentina. Someone, I'm sure they'll tell us on Facebook who Argentina
will be playing Egypt.
Yes. So
very interesting World Cup.
Oh,
so
yes. England gone through.
England
to semi-finals.
Do you think England will win the World Cup?
But there are things that are unpredictable. It's not possible.
It's the first time England is winning in the Aztec. The first time they have won in the Aztec.
And you remember I told you about bringing the blacks and their energy level.
Because they were beaten by Argentina in the same Aztec stadium when Maradona scored the goal, the hand of God.
Yeah.
So,
anyway.
Hey, very interesting.
Yes.
So we were saying, Cecil, in terms of the holidays and hunting, that the students, I know they will not be hunting any bigas. You remember the names of the bigas?
No. All of them were big ass.
Right. No, we had names.
What was
we had names for them. The small ones, there was a name for it. The ones with the long leg, we call them the pigeon.
Yeah, okay.
We had the pigeon. We had the doctor. That's a nice one, looking like an owl. And then we had the little one.
All I know when we were doing that
is small ones.
Big ass,
Yeah, but we had different names for them. They were all categorized as big ass, but they had specific names. And they came in during the times July, well, more or less August, September, October. And these big ass are not coming from Dominica. They migrate.
Yeah.
They are birds that migrate, especially during the hurricane season. They come in. So we always know the hurricane season is coming in when we see more and more big ass coming onto the island.
And I think that's something that people need to observe, the migration of the big ass. Because we will see, especially when it's raining, you'll see quite a lot of them in the sky, according to the vol.
Yeah. We have two different types of big ass. We have the big ass can. That's how I know it. That's when we know there's plenty rain. Those they doesn't blind. In other words, they doesn't land. They would go on wires and stay there. But when you see it was plenty rain and you see all the little flies, they usually used to fly on the savannah, quite a number of them. So we call those the big ass can. Then we have the other big ass now those land, and those were the ones who were actually hunting during our summertime. But they will not appear during January, February, March, April, May. You'll start seeing them around June, late into July, August, when we know we're really in the heights of the hurricane season. But I don't see as many of them as I used to see in my young days.
So I'd really like to see the school children, enjoy their vacation. According to us in our time, we were not using the word vacation, holiday. In the area we used to say the holiday. So I'd really like to see the students, if you're in the country, go cut your wood. Get the experience of the country life. Go cut your wood, go carry your bag of food. That's still raining. Bag of food?
Yeah, well, go and get your bag of food, make your food.
Yeah.
You want to help your parents on the land.
Go and tie the goats or tie the animals.
Tether the animals.
Go get food for your rabbits.
Plant your vegetables. Help to weed.
No, in our time we're not helping to weed, no?
I used to help my parents to weed.
We still go and get our water. We still get our water in the C10 in Tobino. That's what we used to do. Go and get water in the C10.
Cistern.
Yeah.
Well, people hardly have that now,
So. Yeah.
More or less, people have their pipe-borne water.
Yeah.
In the old days, people would go and fill their cisterns or their drums, and pick your breadfruit, pick your coconuts, go and get your mangoes. Well, the mango season is coming to an end.
Yes.
Well, the kennip season coming.
Yes.
And it's also a very good thing because we ate a lot of kennip during the holidays, summer holidays.
Yeah.
We roast a lot of breadfruit, played a lot of sports, football, cricket. That's the time we actually play our football during the rain,
Yes, a lot of football under the rain.
And I don't know whether you used to run in the rain when there was a lot of rain.
You asking me that question, or are you asking the question? Or you making a statement?
Let me ask you the question. Did you used to run naked in the rain?
Well, when you became aware of yourself, no. But we ran quite a lot with our canson, or if not our torn pants, or it was torn from the back. The lights, we see the lights from the back, especially our old khaki pants. We know that we're going to use it again. So quite a lot of that was being used as boys growing up. When the season comes around, there's a lot of rain, and we didn't used to get cold. I don't know, we didn't used to get cold.
No, we never got cold.
No flu and this kind of things.
And everywhere you saw a bassin of water, would you jump rolling it?
Yeah, man. You would. It depends. It depends where and how the condition of the water would be. Those days we would not even think about gutter, because after so much rain, the gutter will clean itself. you know, and we find ourselves sitting in those huge drains. I mean, that was crazy thinking about it, but we never got sick.
Or staying by the river and look for coconuts.
Yes. Not coconuts though. I don't think. Well, Vegas is not a river when we go down to in country to say we could go to the river and get coconuts. When you ever would be in Roseau and it rained, I don't think we'd even be by the river because we're not very close to the river sometimes. So we would have witnessed coconuts.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw quite a number of young fellas staying by the river and pick up their coconuts, their dry coconuts. I'm not seeing that anymore because during the time when the river is overflowing its bank or we see the river coming down, there would be lots of coconuts coming down the river, and fellas would wait by the side of the river to collect their coconuts, and depending how high the river was. So they'd be watching to see the coconut coming, they pull that, it come on the side, and they would look for that. Or after the river subside, they would go travel along the banks of the river to see if any of the dry coconuts would be left on the side.
And even during the summer, we used to go try to get our tata and our crayfish. Also too, we put our crocus bag in the water when is titiwi season.
Okay.
The titiwi used to come, I think, every 2 weeks. Basically, that's how we used to see titiwi. I'm not so sure how it is now, but we used to see titiwi every 2 weeks.
Did you go fishing too with your hook?
No, we never went fishing.
During
what we did in terms of fishing is to try to see how we could take our brown crocus bag and try to catch billy kaka.
Well, I will tell you what we did. We used to go on the pier, what they call little jetties in Portersville, to catch our sea, our mako shad, right? And our little kuliu, and our little what we call again. The name of the fish I can't remember, but we went actually fishing on the shoreline, and then we used to catch our mowenga. You know, that's what we used to do during the holidays. And
what about boos?
Boos, that was a thing we never really caught a lot of because they were not really on the shoreline. Mossy. We stayed on the pier. I still seeing those pier where we used to do. Or during the summer holidays, quite a number of fellas try to see if they could reach on what is known as, you remember those piwang or the lighters, to see how far they could swim.
Yes.
So during the summer was a time for swimming for us.
So you're so correct. You see where the ferry terminal is. Where the ferry terminal is right now, we used to have the jetty there. So guys used to get their baptism to swim in that area. You had to get your baptism.
Or you go under power.
Or you go under power in Bavia State to be able to dive and swim. You know, more or less to dive. Yeah. It wasn't a very wide area that you need to swim unless you want to swim up the current.
So summer holidays, very interesting. But what I find in those days, summer holidays are now being used by young people to travel, to leave the country. I don't know whether you noticed that.
Repeat that?
The summer holidays now is not really for students to go back to the country. I noticed that quite a number of them are migrating either to Guadeloupe, Marigalan, St. Lucia. Well, I do not know for the United States now, but during the summer holidays, many students presently migrate.
What happened in our time, especially if you were from, let's say, the north side of Dominica, northeast, that a lot of the children, I shouldn't say a lot, a number of the children used to find themselves, their parents would be in Guadeloupe, and they would send for them for a short period of time to come to Guadeloupe. So some children, that did happen. But a greater percentage of the children stayed behind, and we did quite a lot of things. We climbed coconut trees. We find ourselves going in the sea to do sea diving or fish diving, whatever it is. We did quite a lot of things during the summer. We took the opportunity to also harvest our crops, and quite a number of things that we would have done as boys in the country. We would have stayed in Roseau, we would have to find ourselves going on the power, in the guava field, no matter how long we stayed, because remember those days your mom working servant, and when you come home, you have to ensure that your eyes is not red.
And because you're there bathing so long.
Yeah, right. So we should do a thing like if your eyes are red, we should pong our hands
together
and then blow. Like we do that.
Yeah.
And you put it together like that.
Yeah, and you watch up.
And you do it a few times.
Yeah.
Hoping that your eyes will get clear.
That's right.
You know? That was amazing, you know.
But what I notice also now is during the summer holidays now, with the advent of the tablet and the computer and the television, kids more or less spend a lot of time watching movies.
Yes.
And they would be more or less playing video games.
Yes.
Because in our time we didn't have the video games. So right now you have football games on video games. You have hunting for treasure video games. You have some of the violent things being played with shooting and whatever video games. So I find a lot of the kids now play a lot of video games during the summer holiday. What's your finding?
Yes, I find, and even sometimes we as parents try to move that away from the children. For them, that's their fun, and they love what they do. That's when they get old like we are, they will give the experience. That will be a different kind of experience. Maybe their children will have another type of experience. Because when our parents had their summer wasn't like how we had our summer. And so sometimes we have to let children be children, but we have to allow them to be who they would like to be many times.
Do they download the video games? Or I know in the past that they buy video games, CDs, or do they download those video games from their computer? What is your experience? Because I don't have young children by me, so I can actually...
Children don't
download or they buy it?
Children don't download games anymore. Children buy games. You know, it's
they
better
buy
to buy
online
games.
or
they buy it online. It's even better for them. You know, because when you download, it's for a period, it's just a short time. But when you buy it, you buy it for, and it's a series. You know, but I think that's what I think I observe. But anyway, Brain, we would have forgotten ourselves. It's already 23 minutes after 11 o'clock. Someone says, and they can play against each other, right? Yes. So
Well,
they can play against each other.
They share video games and they play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Brain,
well,
tonight was another experience,
but very disappointing for me.
Someone said the program is very long. I have to sleep, and no, I am awake.
let me just
thank you for that. That person.
My disappointment was Brazil. I must say that. And my disappointment also was the fact that Mexico lost at the Aztec. And so, but my fun tonight was really being able to go and share our experience on the Lakou.
Okay,
so let me say good evening.
I want to say that we have been boasting of Brazil all of those years. So every time you hear World Cup, you think of Brazil. Believe you me, no matter what country you come from, and you talk soccer, you must talk Brazil, and it's because of Pelé and the great players that Brazil have been able to produce.
Socrates.
So
Zico.
I am not so sure. I'm not so sure in reference to the gate receipt how it's going to be affected. But you have some great teams now into the World Cup, and so France has always been one of the big teams of the World Cup. Argentina has always been another name that we have looked at. England too. Don't fool yourself. England is one of the teams. So I can imagine people who were supporting Brazil. You're going to hear them not giving support to Argentina. They're going to give support to France.
No. Well, I know, for instance, when the World Cup is being held in Latin America and America, is normally a South American team, people looking forward to win the World Cup. When the World Cup is being held in Europe, we expect an European team to win the World Cup. Now that the World Cup is being held in Canada, Mexico, and the United States, we're expecting an American team to win. By the way, is America still in the World Cup?
America is still in the World Cup. Yeah, they're still. No. I want to say to the Mr. Peltier, whoever you are, or Miss Peltier, whoever you are, you said that you enjoyed this a lot and would love to be on the program with you all at some point. I'm going to ask you to give me a call. My number is 448 3282. That's DBS. You can call me 448 3282 tomorrow, and you can get in touch with me so that we can have a discussion, and I'll tell you exactly when you can come on the program. I'd really love that, So the person said, someone said, I think it will be France versus America in the finals.
What?
That's what the person said. Okay, Dr. Peltier, please give me a call tomorrow. I would be happy that we can speak so I can tell you exactly when you can come on the program. All right? So,
yeah, but Cecil, France versus America.
That's what the person said. They would like to see the finals.
Would be a blowout.
Would be a blowout?
Yeah, in terms of gate receipts, revenue.
Oh, in terms of gate receipt. All right. Okay, I'll repeat the number, 448-3282. You can call me at work tomorrow, 448-3282. And you can speak to my secretary, or 448-5082. 448-5082. You can call me at that number and you can get me, and we will speak on how and when you can come and how we're going to treat the subject matter that you would like to speak on. So whoever is going to be in the finals, it has to be against France.
Okay.
I'm not supporting, as I said at the very beginning, my two teams were Haiti and France. I know that Haiti wasn't going to pass the second round. I know that France, and I remember when I said that, someone said that France is the weakest team. Well, let's see. Thank you very much. Wherever you are, tune, listening to and watching on Facebook and YouTube. I just want to say thank you very much, and let's continue working towards the success of our beautiful country, Dominica, and whatever we do for it, let's ensure that we do it to the goodwill of our hearts, so that we can see a better Dominica for our children and generations to come.
Yeah.
Brain?
My finals quickly. Argentina versus France. That's my finals. Anyway, it was a pleasure being with you tonight, Cecil. Looking forward to another Lakou next week, if the Lord would grant us.
My finals, Argentina versus France. France 3, Argentina 1. Thank you very much. All right, so we got across to BBC.
Yes.
World Service as we continue as the nation station giving you the best in information. My name is Cecil Joseph, and that's why I say bye-bye to everyone. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue doing good. Continue loving God. Remember, when you go and sleep, say a prayer. When you get up in the morning, say thank you, God, for waking you up. Bye-bye, and just want to say good evening to Father LVO. I know that today you were at your best. I listened to you. Very good homily today. And the fishermen or the fisher folks in the Sufres Quartet Gallo area, St. Peter's, I want to just ask you to continue blessing your community and blessing Dominica with your catch. God bless you and have a nice evening.
Yeah. This edition of the newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, meeting the people, fixing the world.
It's 7 a.m. in Bergen, Norway, and we're at a rave. A rave with a difference.
My name is Britt. I'm 76.
My name's Amy. I'm almost 66.
Across the world, people are living longer. There's more than 1 billion aged 60 and older, and by